Special Agent, thank you for coming in. Please, have a seat. I am Senior Special Agent in Charge, Benjamin Anderson. I am the head of the Serial Killer Task Force, and I like to have one-on-one meetings with every agent that joins our team. Now normally, there is an easing in period for new agents, but unfortunately, that is not going to happen for you. As you are aware, the Serial Killer Task Force has arrived in the city of New Columbia at the request of the city mayor as well as the state governor. A prolific murderer, the local news media is referring to as the math problem killer, is loose on the streets, and our task force needs to hunt him down. Our arrival, however, has not gone unnoticed by the suspect. He has sent a message. He is holding a hostage, Bethany Morgan, at an abandoned construction site at 5678 Maple Avenue. In his message, he indicated that I may send in an agent inside to attempt a rescue, but I may only send one agent. He also said that that agent may not have any contact with the outside. Now here is where you come in. I have reviewed your career performance thus far before joining the task force. It is impressive and consistent with the level of dedication and excellence that we expect in this organization. That is why I am choosing you to be that one agent that we send inside. As you step into this crucial role within our task force, tasked with the monumental responsibility of entering this facility alone, I must stress the importance of methodical and calculated action. I do not know what you are going to find in there, so use your head. All right, Agent. That is all I got. Now get inside and bring Bethany Morgan out alive. Good luck.
Welcome to my little game, Special Agent. As I indicated in my introductory message, Bethany Morgan is currently in a large metal box located somewhere in this facility. Atop the metal box are two large containers of hydrofluoric acid. Any mistake on your part will cause the hydrofluoric acid to flood the metal box with Bethany. You see, that is the brilliance of my little game. I won't kill Bethany Morgan. You will. Do you want to know how I found Bethany, Special Agent? How I found my delicious little Bethany? I went to where you find all the pretty little young mommies. I went to the elementary school at 47th Street around 3 p.m. when school gets out. All the mommies show up. It's like a candy store, Special Agent. So I waited, and I watched. I was there for 17 minutes, and then I saw her, a curvy brunette with a ponytail and tight black yoga pants. Her name was Bethany Morgan. She was 28 years old. She picked up 3 kids. It was a carpool, Special Agent. As she pulled out of the school, I began following her. I knew she was the one. 48 minutes later, I was outside her house. It was time to get close to Bethany Morgan. You think you're smart, don't you, Special Agent? You think you can solve my puzzles? Well, let's find out. I want you to start with Bethany Morgan's age, and then multiply it by the number of minutes I was waiting at the school before I saw her. Then add the number of minutes it took us to reach her house. Finally, multiply by the number of kids she picked up. The final answer will open door number 1. Let me tell you what will happen if you enter the wrong code, Special Agent, which I know you will. A radio signal from those devices on the door will be sent to the 2 large drums of hydrofluoric acid sitting atop the metal box holding the lovely and delicious Bethany Morgan. The radio signals will cause the valves on the drums to open, thereby allowing the hydrofluoric acid to flood the metal box. Do you have any idea what hydrofluoric acid will do to human skin? After dropping off the other two kids, we finally reached Bethany Morgan's house around 4 p.m. I began to watch my sweet little Bethany. I got close to the house. You would be surprised how close you can get to someone without them noticing. Sometimes I could hear her breathing. I learned the third child was her son, Carl Morgan, age 8. And he was going to the babysitter tomorrow at 1 p.m. And that Bethany was married to some troglodyte named Stanley Morgan, age 36. If I was going to get my private time with Bethany, then Stanley needed to be disposed of. At 9 a.m., Stanley got into his car and left the house. I saw an opportunity to remove him from my playtime with Bethany. I followed him. He drove 13 minutes to the nearest grocery store. A public abduction was risky, but necessary for my lovely Bethany. Because she was mine now. She just didn't know it yet. Stanley came out of the store with his hands full of grocery bags. When he got to his car, he fiddled with his keys. At that moment, I walked up to him with my hand raised and smiling. I pretended to know him. He paused and tried to remember me. That was a mistake. This allowed me to get real close. As soon as I was within arm's distance, I tasered him. As he was convulsing, I pushed him into the car and duct taped his arms, legs, and mouth. Then I casually grabbed his keys and drove away. "47 minutes after I abducted him, I had Stanley strapped to a table. I asked him a math question. If he answered correctly, I asked him another, and another, and another. When he answered incorrectly, I shoved a nail through his body. After 47 minutes, Stanley received 2 nails in his right arm, 2 nails in his left arm, 9 nails in his torso, 8 nails in his right leg, and 9 nails in his left leg. I want you to start with Stanley's age, and then multiply by the number of nails in Stanley's left leg. Then multiply by the number of nails in his torso. Then finally, multiply by the number of nails in his left arm. Your answer will open door number 2. Did you get all of that, Special Agent? Because if you didn't, Bethany burns. Now that Stanley was just a pile of meat on my table, I quickly returned to Bethany's house. I was just in time. She was taking Carl, age 8, to the babysitter's. It was 1 p.m. I followed them for 39 minutes. You know, Special Agent, the safety of the children in this city has really gone downhill. It is almost as if a complete stranger can walk into a babysitter's home and do horrible things. You should really look into that, Special Agent. Bethany's babysitter was Carmen Russell. She was 42. After Bethany dropped off Carl, I waited for 15 minutes, and then I entered the house. The door was unlocked. It was almost too easy. As I entered the house, I saw Carmen scrolling through her phone in the kitchen. I stood there for 76 seconds, deciding whether to kill her or play with her. She was pretty. I made my decision. I walked up behind Carmen, grabbed her hair, and slammed her head into the counter. It was time to play. I tied the babysitter to a chair and stood in front of her. She cried. The tears rolled down her face. I told her I was going to ask her a simple math problem. If she got it right, I would let her go. If she got it wrong, well, I told her what was going to happen, what I was going to do. As soon as I was done, she screamed. She knew she could not solve the problem, so I grabbed my knives and I began my work. It was glorious. With Carmen tied to a chair and with her mouth duct taped shut, I went looking for Carl. I found him in the back room playing with 7 little toy trucks. He would move one and save room, then move another and save room. I grabbed him. Don't worry, Special Agent. Carl is very much alive. For now. In fact, he is very close by. You see, I knew I could not separate mother from child. I put him in the crate with Bethany. So now, if you make a mistake, you are not just killing Bethany, but her young son as well. Think carefully, Special Agent. Your mistakes have consequences. I want you to start with Carl's age, then multiply by the number of minutes I followed Bethany to the babysitters. You will next multiply by the number of trucks Carl was playing with. The answer will be variable A, Special Agent. I want you to start with Carmen's age, and then multiply by the number of seconds I waited, deciding whether I was going to kill or play with her. Then add the number of minutes I waited before entering the house. Your answer will be variable B. Listen up, Special Agent. One mistake and Bethany dies, and so does her son. You must add variable A to variable B. The answer will open door number 3. When I had Stanley bleeding and strapped to my table, I made him call Bethany and tell her that he was going to pick up Carl for a father-son evening, and to not worry about the babysitter. Stanley could have taken that moment on the phone to alert his wife, to scream out a warning, but he did not. In the end, in those final moments, Stanley only thought of his own survival. In just a few minutes, I was able to peel away the fake layers and expose the real Stanley Morgan. Stanley did not deserve my Bethany. Bethany was mine. Stanley just quivered and did what he was told. He was selfish. He was afraid. Stanley was more concerned about his personal well-being than that of his wife and child. And now he is dead, and the babysitter is dead. And I had Carl, and I was inside their house. Just me and Bethany. Do you like playing house, Special Agent? I like to play house. I was going to play house with Bethany. I entered the home at 7 p.m. I could hear giggling and laughter. Bethany had called over her neighbor, Stacy Beecham. She was 36, and they were having a little wine party together. As I approached the girly giggles on the couch in the living room, I grabbed a meat cleaver from the kitchen. I then entered the living room, approached Stacy and swung into her neck. She was dead 11 seconds later. Bethany screamed and froze as I knew she would. These suburban housewives are so weak. I jumped on her, threw her to the ground, and duct taped her legs, mouth, and arms. I hung Stacy Beecham in the living room. I had to hang her by the hands. Her neck was almost severed. I dragged Bethany in front of her hanging friend, and I made her look at it. As I forced her to look at the hanging corpse, I whispered into her ear, "Your husband chose to save himself. You are mine now." I want you to start with Stacy Beecham's age, and multiply it by the time I entered the house. Then multiply your answer by the number of seconds it took Stacy to die. The answer will open the final door, Special Agent. The door to the room with Bethany and Carl. But if you enter the wrong answer into the keypad, as I know you will, Special Agent, they both burn alive. It all comes down to the numbers, Special Agent. Harmless little numbers. The right ones will free Bethany Morgan from this nightmare. The wrong ones will burn her and her son Carl alive. Let's hope you have the right numbers, Special Agent. You think you're smart, don't you, Special Agent? You think you can solve my puzzles? I doubt it. I want you to start with Bethany's age and multiply it by Carl's age. The answer will be variable A. I want you to start with Stacy's age and multiply it by the time it took her to die. The answer will be variable B, Special Agent. I want you to add variable A to answer is odd, then enter it into the crate keypad holding Bethany and Carl Morgan. If the answer is even, then I want you to add the number of nails in Stanley's right leg. Is that too complicated for you, Special Agent? Well, that is the point. Now enter the wrong answer and burn them alive.
Alright everybody, let's get this briefing started. Instead of doing this at the tax center, I wanted to do it here, in front of this wall. We will be conducting these briefings in the suspect's dungeons from now on. I want to first begin by congratulating our new special agent for entering the serial killer's facility and successfully disarming 5 traps and then recovering Bethany Morgan as well as her young son Carl Morgan. That is outstanding work. That success has bought us some time. Now it's time for us to get hunting. Let's establish a detailed timeline of Bethany Morgan's movements leading up to her disappearance. Now the recordings recovered in this facility describe the events of the abduction, but for all we know, the killer could have made everything up. I want to verify everything and make our own timeline. Let's conduct extensive interviews with Bethany Morgan's friends, family, and acquaintances. Look for any possible connections. Is our suspect a friend? A jilted romantic interest? Was Bethany Morgan randomly picked, or was there a history? Be thorough. The details matter. Finally, let's start to put together a profile for this math problem killer. Let's start to get into this guy's head. Alright everybody, we have not seen the last of this guy, and I want to get him before he grabs another innocent person. Let's get to work. Special Agent, it has been 1 week and the task force has received a second video from the math problem killer. He is holding a young woman named Julie Gray at 1239 Sycamore Street. And same as last time, we can only send 1 agent inside to attempt a rescue. Due to your success last week at the Bethany Morgan facility, I've decided to send you in again. Now there are multiple Julie Grays registered in the city, and there have been no missing reports submitted for Julie Gray, so I cannot give you any information on the hostage. I can, however, give you some intel on the location. 1239 Sycamore Street is similar to the Bethany Morgan facility in that it is an abandoned commercial construction site. According to the city planning office, the building plans submitted indicated the site had 5 rooms. If the suspect has set it up like last time, you can expect 5 trapdoors to disarm, plus the final crate holding Julie Gray. Remember, precision and accuracy are paramount in these operations. Each step you take, each decision that you make must be measured and deliberate. Take the time to analyze, to assess, and to solve the problems presented by the suspect. Now get in there and bring Julie Gray out alive. Good luck.
Hello there, Special Agent. You might think you are something special, getting that lovely Bethany Morgan out of her little box alive. But let me tell you something, you are nothing. You are insignificant, and I am going to prove it. I have another little toy named Julie Gray locked in a box somewhere at the end of this little dungeon of mine. I will let you have her back if you can answer all of my questions correctly. However, if you make even one mistake, the little toy burns. Let's talk about my little toy, Special Agent. Her name is Julie Gray. She is 23 years old, and I found her on social media. Can you believe these foolish people posting everything about their lives on social media for anyone to find and consume? Julie Gray was no different. If a single thought entered her head, she would post it online, where she goes to school, where she works, where she lives, what her habits are. She posts her routines, her schedules, her hobbies, people she cares about. She was so desperate for validation. Maybe if Julie Gray did not post so much, her boyfriend and her friends would still be alive, and she would not be locked inside a metal box about to be burned alive by acid. Let me read you one of her social media posts. Quote, "Going to O'Shea's tonight at 7 for shots and partying. #living." Well, guess where I was at 7 p.m., Special Agent? At the bar, waiting. Julie showed up 18 minutes after 7. She was with 2 other girls, Carla Gresham and Vanessa Hoffman. The 3 girls each had a brain-dead, muscle-bound boyfriend. They would be dealt with. The girls were all very pretty. I decided to pay each one of them a visit once I had my Julie. I watched the group for the rest of the night. At 3 p.m., when the bars closed, Julie left with Carla and Vanessa and their boyfriends, and Carter left the group. That was foolish. There is strength in numbers. There is strength in the pack. When one of the prey separates from the pack, that is when the predators strike. I saw an opportunity to get rid of Carter. I took it. I followed him back to his apartment. But before I tell you the rest, Special Agent, I want you to start with Julie's age and then multiply it by the time she said she was going to arrive at the bar. And then add the number of minutes she was late to the bar. Then multiply your answer by the time the bar closed. Your final answer will be variable A. It took us 23 minutes to get back to his apartment. Carter, who was 29 years old, stumbled to the front door. It was clear he was drunk. I simply walked up behind him, grabbed him, and threw him into his apartment. I duct taped his mouth and tied him to one of his chairs. I then grabbed a knife from the kitchen and began to practice my pumpkin carving on his body. He was dead 57 minutes later, but not from my cutting. He was screaming so much from the cutting that he began to throw up. It's just too bad my duct tape was on his mouth. He choked to death on his own vomit. Listen up, Special Agent. I want you to start with Carter's age, then multiply by the number of minutes he survived after I started cutting him, and then add the number of minutes it took us to get to his apartment. The answer will be variable B. I knew exactly where to go. I knew exactly where Julie was vulnerable. I knew exactly when to strike, and I did not even need to leave my computer. And now Julie Gray is mine. But I will let you have her back, Special Agent, if you can answer my questions. All you have to do is add variable A to variable B. The answer will open door number 1. With Carter out of the way, and by out of the way, I mean covered in blood and vomit and tied to a chair in his kitchen, it was time to meet up with Julie for some private time. Normally, I will watch prey for 3 days, gathering intelligence, learning where they live, where they are most vulnerable. But with Julie did all the work for me. It only took 25 minutes to figure out when and where I was going to take her. Her apartment at 6 o'clock. It took me 38 minutes to arrive at her apartment at 9783 West Newport Road. I arrived at 6 p.m. I walked casually up to the third floor and I knocked on apartment 32. Julie opened the door, and at that moment, her nightmare began. Julie screamed as I entered her apartment. I grabbed her quickly and put her on the floor. She screamed, "Please don't." I duct taped her mouth, her arms, and her legs. I rolled her over on her back and I looked her into the eyes. I got my head real close. Her eyes bulged with fear. She was breathing heavy. For so long, Julie Gray lived in a fake la-la world of social media posts and hashtags, but in that moment, that very moment, she was back in reality. She was back in the real world. I took her back to my dungeon 3 hours later. I want you to start with the number of minutes it took me to figure out when and where I was going to abduct her. Then add the time I arrived at her apartment. You will then multiply by Julie's age. I next want you to add her apartment number, then multiply the number of hours I waited before I took her back to my dungeon. Is that too complicated for you, Special Agent? Good. That's the point. You are going to make a mistake, and you are going to enter the wrong code, and you will kill Julie Gray. Your answer will open door number 2. Julie was now locked in the metal box in my dungeon, with nothing but her screams to keep her company. Now it was time to visit Carla Gresham, one of Julie's friends that she met at O'Shea's bar. Just like Julie, she posted every moment of her life on social media. And in a few short clicks, I knew exactly where Carla was. 29 minutes later, I was following her on 17th Street. I had been following Carla, age 23, for 3 blocks. We were on 20th Street when Matthew Thompson, age 31, and Jeremy Fields, age 34, intentionally bumped into my left and then right shoulder. 2 then got very close, looked me in the eyes, and quietly but sternly said, "Some people do not like to be followed." That was the worst mistake of their lives. Matthew and Jeremy's chosen tactic was to intimidate me into leaving Carla alone. I could have killed them both at that very moment. One quick slice to the throat with my knife and it would have been all over. But these two challenged me. They made me lose my prey. They were going to suffer. I feigned timidity and meekly turned and walked away. I wanted them to think they had won. This would cause them to lower their guard, and lower their guard they did. I followed them for the next 9 hours. At 1 p.m. at the bar on 39th Street, I was able to put a little Rufinol into Jeremy's drink. He began to pass out. Being the good friend, Matthew took his friend out of the bar and drove back to his apartment, and carried him inside. I followed them in. Jeremy was drugged, so all I had to do was deal with Matthew. I attacked him from behind. It was over quickly. ceiling by their hands. I first started cutting off 3 toes from Jeremy's right foot, then 4 fingers from Jeremy's right hand. He screamed. Then Matthew screamed for me to stop. So I did. Then I picked up my hammer and nails and began hammering 8-inch nails into Matthew. I put 13 nails into his right arm and 7 nails into his left leg. I went back and forth between the 2 men for 11 hours. Listen up, Special Agent. I want you to start with Matthew's age and add Carla's age. Then I want you to multiply by the length of the nails I hammered into Matthew. Then subtract the number of fingers I cut off of Jeremy before starting to hammer into Matthew. Then multiply by the street number that Matthew and Jeremy bumped into me on. Then finally subtract the number of hours I tortured the 2 men. Your final answer will be very belay. You know, Special Agent, Matthew and Jeremy were a lot like you. They tried to save a total stranger, just like you were trying to save a total stranger. They prevented me from taking Carla, at least for a day, and you prevented me from killing Bethany Morgan. Maybe it's time I show you some of my nails, Special Agent. Why don't you try this? I want you to start with Jeremy's age, then multiply that by the number of toes I cut off his foot. Then add very belay. The answer will open door number 3. After I was done dealing with Matthew and Jeremy, I needed to find Carla again. Carla was 23. I went to her social media. She had just posted about what a great day she spent shopping at the mall on 52nd Street. I stared at Carla. She was gorgeous. She had hundreds of photos of her in provocative outfits, posing in suggestive positions. I decided to spend some time with Carla. Just like Julie Gray, Carla Gresham published her entire life on social media for complete strangers to consume. Within 11 minutes, I learned where she lived, and thanks to another social media post about how she was watching a scary movie that night, I knew she was going to be home. It was time to strike. It took me 39 minutes to reach her apartment. I knocked on the door. Carla's boyfriend, Ross, aged 28, answered the door. I tasered him and he fell to the ground. I barged into the apartment. Carla screamed, but within 16 seconds, I had her bound and gagged. Carla woke up in a chair sitting in front of a large metal box. Ross was locked inside that metal box. I told her I was going to ask her a math question. If she got it right, I would ask another. If she got it wrong, I would pour 3 liters of hydrofluoric acid into the box containing Ross. It turns out Carla was very bad at math. You must start with Carla's age, then multiply by the amount of time it took me to learn where she lived from her social media. Then multiply by the number of liters of hydrofluoric acid I would pour into the crate if she got my math questions wrong. The answer will open door number 4. Once my time with Carla and Ross was over, it was time to go see Vanessa Hoffman, age 25. She was Julie's third friend from O'Shea's. Just like Carla and Julie, she posted everything on social media. Vanessa was so full of narcissism. She was foolish, so naive. Our privacy is a guardian special agent. It is a shield, a protector from the madness that lurks in the outside world, and Vanessa surrendered that guardian, that shield and protector. It was easy to find her, to stalk her, to approach her, and finally, to take her. Let's hope all those social media likes was worth it. It took me 11 minutes to learn where Vanessa lived, and then another 36 minutes to arrive at Vanessa's apartment. The time was 10 p.m. I walked up the stairs and knocked on the door. Vanessa's boyfriend, Clayton, age 31, answered the door. I tasered him and he fell to the ground. I then raced into the apartment and jumped onto Vanessa. I had her bound and gagged in duct tape in 37 seconds. 86 minutes later, they were both back in my dungeon. And then the real fun began. When Clayton and Vanessa woke up, they were tied to chairs in my dungeon. They were facing each other. I told them what I was going to do to them. I went into gory, excruciating detail. They both started to scream uncontrollably and begged me to let them go. I decided to play a game with the two. I told them that they could take the other person's torment. If I was going to cut Vanessa, then Clayton could say he would take that torment and I would cut him instead. Conversely, they could also give their torment away. If I was going to cut Vanessa, she could give the cut to Clayton. They turned on each other immediately. They both started screaming to hurt the other person, as I knew they would. So I slit both of their throats. I want you to start with Vanessa's age, then multiply by the number of minutes it took me to learn where Vanessa lived from her social media, then multiply by the time I arrived at her apartment. Then add the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag Vanessa with duct tape. The answer will open the final door. In front of you is Julie Gray, locked inside that crate. All you have to do is enter the correct code into the keypad, and Julie survives this nightmare. Enter the wrong code, however, and those drums of hydrofluoric acid begin to drain inside the crate, and Julie Gray's nightmare gets so much worse. Let's not forget why we are here. The beautiful Julie Gray. I want you to start with Julie's age, then multiply by the number of minutes her boyfriend Carter survived after I started carving into his body. The answer will be variable B. Let's talk about Julie's beautiful friends, Carla Gresham and Vanessa Hoffman. I want you to add their ages together, then multiply by the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag Vanessa Hoffman in duct tape. Then multiply the number of liters of hydrofluoric acid I poured onto Carla's boyfriend every time she got a math question wrong. The answer will be variable A. So the stupid, pathetic little task force agent thinks they are smart enough to rescue Julia Gray just because you made it to the final room? Is that what you think? Well, let me tell you what is really going to happen. You are going to add variable A to variable B, but you are going to do the math wrong, and you are going to kill Julia Gray. That is what is going to happen, Special Agent.
Alright everyone, let's get this debrief started. I want to first start by commending the special agent that entered this facility alone and successfully recovered Julie Gray alive. Your composure, critical thinking, and analytical approach are reflective of the highest standards of this task force. Outstanding work. Okay, next. This is the second week, and we've already had a second abduction. That is incredibly fast turnaround time. Usually these types of individuals take time to revel in their accomplishment. It's usually a couple weeks, even months before the next abduction. The fact that it occurred almost immediately is extremely worrisome. This means we need to get motivated. We now have 2 facilities to examine, which means we now have 2 opportunities to find forensic clues. I want the forensic teams working overtime conducting comprehensive reviews of these locations. Any clue, no matter how insignificant, will put us one step closer to catching this guy. Alright everyone, let's get to work. I want to catch this suspect before he grabs another innocent bystander. Special Agent, the task force has received a third communication from the math problem killer. In this communication, the suspect indicates that he is holding a hostage named Brittany Hansen at 72548 Lakeview Drive. Like the previous 2 facilities, this one is also an abandoned construction site. The suspect indicated that the task force may send only one agent inside to attempt a rescue. Your past 2 operations have been extremely successful, and there's an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So from now on, you are the task force point agent. Your objective for this mission is to enter the facility and recover Brittany Hansen alive. The killer is going to tell you uncomfortable and disturbing fact patterns when you are inside. This killer intends to provoke fear and to stir emotions. When people get emotional, they make mistakes, and this guy wants you to make a mistake. Remain steadfast to logic, to analysis, and to critical thinking. Now get inside that facility and get Brittany Hansen out alive. Good luck.
Hello, Special Agent. Brittany Hansen, age 44, is somewhere in this facility, locked inside a box, with 2 very large barrels of hydrofluoric acid resting atop that box. Answer one of my questions incorrectly and the hydrofluoric acid floods the box, and the lovely Brittany will start to resemble her husband. Now let us begin. Figure out the code to door number 1, if you can. This is a wood mannequin representing David Hansen, aged 46. The real David Hansen is a puddle of goo inside one of these barrels. I will let your forensic team figure out which one. I placed that mannequin exactly where I placed David Hansen, in a chair in the middle of a room with nothing but the screams of his family to keep him company. Let's learn a little bit more about how I found Brittany Hansen, shall we? I was driving along 102nd Street when I spotted a 2012 sport utility vehicle. On the rear windshield in the lower left position, there were placed 5 stickers of happy-looking stick people that represented members of a family. There was one for Dad, one for Mom, one for a son, one for another son, and even a little dog sticker. Those stick figures on her car window were lovely and idyllic, and in a safe world, it would be perfectly acceptable. But as you know, Special Agent, we do not live in a safe world. At that moment, I knew I found my next victims. Riddle me this, Special Agent, why would someone broadcast their family composition to complete strangers on the road? To complete strangers who might be dangerous. To complete strangers that might follow you home. I am sure Brittany Hansen thought to herself, why not, when she applied those 5 stickers to her car window. And I'm certain that when she found herself in my dungeon, naked and duct taped to a chair, covered in tears and blood, underground where no one could hear her scream, Brittany Hansen also learned, why not? I want you to start with Brittany's age, then multiply by the number of stickers on Brittany's car window. You will then add the year of the car, and then subtract the street number I first saw the Hansens on. The answer will open door number 1. I followed the Hansens back to their house. It took us 43 minutes. They lived in a large 2-story home on a cul-de-sac along 45873 Margot Drive. There were 4 houses in the cul-de-sac. It was 3 p.m. when we arrived. I watched my prey for 7 hours. I surmised Rosalind would know more about the neighborhood, so I started cutting Edward. Then I started to hammer nails into his body. Rosalind screamed, but the duct tape muffled her cries. After 15 minutes of hammering nails, she was ready. She answered anything. I began asking her questions about each house and each family. You must add Rosalind's age to the time I entered their house. I followed the Hansens back to their house. It took us 43 minutes. They lived in a large 2-story home on a cul-de-sac along 45873 Margot Drive. There were 4 houses in the cul-de-sac. It was 3 p.m. when we arrived. I watched my prey for 7 hours. I followed the Hansens back to their house. It took us 43 minutes. They lived in a large 2-story home on a cul-de-sac along 45873 Margot Drive. There were 4 houses in the cul-de-sac. It was 3 p.m. when we arrived. I watched my prey for 7 hours. At 10 p.m., with the neighborhood covered in darkness, I entered the first house on the cul-de-sac. There were 2 people inside, Rosalind Hubbard, age 32, and Edward Hubbard, age 39. They were cuddled tightly under the covers with smiles on their faces. It was easy to pull them out of bed and duct tape them each to a chair, then duct tape their mouths and have them face each other. I surmised Rosalind would know more about the neighborhood, so I started cutting Edward. Then I started to hammer nails into his body. Rosalind screamed, but the duct tape muffled her cries. After 15 minutes of hammering nails, she was ready. She answered anything. I began asking her questions about each house and each family. I questioned Rosalind for 53 minutes. When I was done, she begged me to let her go. She begged me not to hurt her. I put the duct tape back on her mouth, then cut Edward's throat. She screamed violently. I then grabbed her by her hair and slit her throat. My time with the Hubbards was over. You must add Rosalind's age to the time I entered their house, and then multiply the answer by the number of minutes I interrogated Rosalind. The answer will open door number 2. The door was locked, but I was able to pick it in 47 seconds. I entered the house and found Dylan Hughes asleep on the couch in the living room with the television on. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, approached him from behind, and cut his throat. Poor little Rosalind. In between her screams, she told me the next house over was the Hughes house. An older couple, Deborah, 52, and Donald, 56, lived there. But their son Dylan, aged 26, was visiting. They might be a problem if Dylan decided to intervene. He needed to be disposed of, so I entered the Hughes house at 11 p.m. The door was locked, but I was able to pick it in 47 seconds. I entered the house and found Dylan Hughes asleep on the couch in the living room with the television on. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, approached him from behind, and cut his throat. I continued down the hall to the master bedroom and found Deborah and Donald sleeping. I could have killed them silently and quickly, but I wanted to see them struggle. I wanted to see the fear in their eyes. I had a choice. Who to go for first? Donald is the male and stronger foe, but then Deborah would most likely scream and run. Her screaming would alert the neighborhood, and I would need to chase her. Whereas if I went for Deborah first, I could duct tape her mouth, and Donald would come to me instead of running. I chose Deborah. 138 seconds later, they were both hanging in their hallway. Alright, Special Agent. I want you to start with the number of seconds it took me to hang both Deborah and Donald Hughes from the ceiling. Then add the number of seconds it took me to pick the lock on their door. Then multiply this by their son Dylan's age. The answer will open door number 3. house was the Hansons. It was 12 o'clock at night when I entered the Hansons' house. Just like the Hughes house, I saw David Hanson, age 46, asleep in front of the television. I grabbed him, stripped him, and duct taped him to a chair. I would come back once I finished with the rest of the house. I walked around the house. The Hanson kids, Kyle and Christopher, were gone. I only found Brittany Hanson, aged 44, asleep in the master bedroom. 18 seconds later, I had her bound and gagged. She was coming back with me to my dungeon for some playtime. I returned to David Hanson. I ripped the duct tape off his mouth and asked him about the children. He spit in my face and he said never. How very noble. So I started to cut off his penis, and then I went to all of his fingers, and around that time, he told me they were across the street. I want you, Special Agent, to start with the time I entered the house, then multiply by Brittany Hanson's age, then multiply again by the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag Brittany. The answer will open the final door. As David Hanson whimpered and cried in pain, he told me his children were next door at a sleepover with the neighbor kids. You know what happened next, don't you, Special Agent? I entered the Nelson's house at 1 a.m. There were 4 children asleep in tiny sleeping bags. I saw Kyle Hanson, age 12, and Christopher Hanson, age 13, along with Drake Anderson, age 12, and Terry Anderson, age 13. They looked so soft and so fragile, like little eggs. And you know what happens if you tap an egg too hard, Special Agent? The shell breaks. Upstairs, I found Jason Anderson, age 39, and Amelia Anderson, 36, asleep in their master bedroom. Amelia was beautiful. Long, dirty brown hair, a tight nightgown that hugged her figure. 17 seconds later, the kitchen knife was lodged in Jason's throat, and I was duct taping Amelia. Amelia did not please me. She needed to be punished, and 53 minutes later, she was dead. I want you to start by adding Kyle Anderson's age with Terry Anderson's age. Then multiply by Jason Anderson's age. The answer will be variable A. Or is that too hard for you, Special Agent? Start with the number of minutes Amelia survived after I woke her up, then add the age of Drake Anderson. Finally, multiply by the number of kids at the sleepover. The answer is variable B. Everyone on the Margot Lane cul-de-sac is dead. Everyone except Brittany Hansen. That is, if you can enter the correct code into the keypad. The code to open the crate is variable A plus variable B. Think carefully, Special Agent. You don't want to make a mistake.
Alright everyone, let's get this post-operation briefing started. I first want to congratulate our agent that went inside this facility. Your critical thinking and precision is what got Brittany Hansen out alive. Outstanding work. That is exactly what I like to see. Now for the bad news, everyone. This was a rough one. There have been 2 significant changes to the killer's operations. This is the first week he is murdering children and using them in his puzzles. In week 1 with Bethany Morgan, he captured her son and placed him in the crate, and although he was in grave danger, the killer still gave us the opportunity to recover him safely. This time, he abducted and murdered not just 1, but 4 adolescents. That also leads us to the next major change, and that is the kill count. Week 1, there were 6 victims. Last week, there was 7. Now this week, there was 12. Why the jump in the kill count? Was it planned? Was it unexpected? I want the behavioral analysis unit jumping headfirst into this issue. Can we expect further escalation, and if so, will it be planned or due to unraveling control of the suspect's situation? Finally, I want the Task Force Public Relations team to hold a press conference and provide the public with what we know. And also to ask any individuals with any information to come forward. We could use all the help we can get. Alright everybody, let's get back to work. If this killer's MO is consistent, we have 1 week to hunt him down. Let's get this guy before he strikes again. Special Agent. It is week 4, and the task force has received another communication from the math problem killer. In this communication, he indicates that he is holding a young woman named Joanna Davis at 789 Elmwood Lane. He also indicates that we can send 1 agent inside to attempt a rescue. Since you've been so successful in your last 3 operations, I've decided to send you. Now 789 Elmwood Lane is an abandoned construction site similar to the previous 3 facilities. You can also expect to find traps on each of the doors. Remember, the suspect is not letting you inside out of the kindness of his heart. He wants you to fail one of his problems, because if you do, the hostage dies. With that being said, do not succumb to haste or recklessness. Rash decisions will not only jeopardize your safety, but also the successful outcome of this operation. Your ability to remain calm, rational, and focused will be your greatest asset. Now get inside that facility and bring Joanna Davis out alive.
I watched your press conference. It only took 3 weeks before your pathetic task force gave up and had to ask for help from the public. Well, I think I need to give the city my own press conference. Your press conference asked for people to come forward with information about me. Mine will show them what will happen if they do. But instead of your pathetic, hollow words, I will choose action. Instead of killing 1 family this week, I will butcher 4. I went to Pierre's Bar and Grill on 74th Street for 4 days in a row. Each night I chose someone, and I followed them home. On the first night, I saw Carol Townsend, age 37, and her husband, Benjamin Townsend, age 43. They were young. They were attractive. They were going to die. I hope your press conference was worth it. I followed the Townsends home. It took us 36 minutes. After they went inside, I positioned myself near a window. I was so close. I could hear them. There was a third Townsend in the house, Benjamin's brother Glenn, aged 46. After 47 minutes of watching and listening, Carol and Benjamin went upstairs. That left Glenn alone. It was time for action. This is Brady Myers, age 39. He walked in on me while I was playing with Carol and Benjamin. With tears in their eyes and muffled screams behind the duct tape on their mouths, the Townsends begged Brady to help them. But the moment Brady saw what was happening, he froze, stammered, and then tried to run away. When he wasn't fast enough, I tied him to a chair down the hall from Carol and Benjamin, and I made him listen for the next 7 hours. After the Townsends were dead, I slit Brady's throat. The front door was locked, but the window was not. In a matter of seconds, I was inside the house and behind Glenn. I wrapped a wire around his neck and I pulled. He was dead in 16 seconds. I then went upstairs. It took me another 47 seconds to subdue Benjamin and Carol, then duct tape them to chairs and begin to play with my knives. It was messy work. I want you to start with Brady Myers' age, then multiply by the number of hours I used my knives on the Townsends. I want you to next add Carol Townsend's age, then multiply the number of seconds it took me to kill Glenn Townsend after I wrapped the wire around his neck. The answer will open door number 1 and get you one room closer to Joanna Davis. Unless of course you make a mistake, Special Agent. Then Joanna burns. Did you like that, Special Agent? Did you like my press conference about the Townsends? How I made Brady Myers listen for 7 hours while I used my knives on Carol and Benjamin? I do enjoy an audience. Well, unlike your press conference, Special Agent, mine is not over. On the second night, I went to the same restaurant on 74th Street, and I sat at the same bar. It was 8 p.m. I looked for my next playthings. I found the Jacksons. This is Lucas Jackson. He was 19. As I entered the Jackson house, I saw him playing video games on the couch with a headset on. He did not want to disturb his family, but he also could not hear me approach from behind. I shoved a kitchen knife into his throat. It took him 17 seconds to die. He was the first. He would not be the last. After dealing with Lucas, I crept down the hallway and found David Jackson. He was 21 years old. He was asleep in the guest bedroom. He was big, and he was strong, and he would be a serious problem if he woke up. I slashed his throat with a knife from the kitchen. He died in 23 seconds. The Jacksons were a beautiful family of 4. They would make a perfect press conference for the city. A perfect example of what would happen if a family came forward with information about me. When the Jacksons finished dinner, I followed them home. We arrived at their house at 9 p.m. I waited for everyone to go to bed. I waited for them to turn off the lights. 2 hours later, I entered the house. You dumb, stupid little task force agent. Do you see what happens when you do a press conference? When you ask the community for help to catch me? I strike back at the community. The Jacksons would still be alive if you do not have that press conference, Special Agent. Think about that. Now think about this. You must start with David Jackson's age, then add Tony Jackson's age. Then multiply by the number of seconds it took Lucas Jackson to die. The answer will be variable A. Like I said earlier, Special Agent, I enjoy an audience. This is Amanda Jackson. She's 49. I made her listen. Now I want you to listen. I want you to start with the number of nails I hammered into Tony Jackson. Then multiply that by the number of seconds it took Lucas to die after I slashed his throat. You will then add variable A. The answer will open door number 2. This is Tony Jackson. He was 52. He heard me tackle Amanda to the ground. He came running and saw me duct taping her. He charged me. I quickly pulled out a taser pistol and shot him. He woke up hanging by his hands in the garage. I started asking him math questions. If he got one wrong, I would hammer a nail into his body. I hammered 138 nails into Tony Jackson's body. The body gets messy after 138 nails. Special Agent. Real messy. Instead of killing each family member individually, I wanted a group activity. I wanted everyone to see each other, to be close to each other when it all happened. Once we returned to their house, I went inside. I went room by room, taking my time. And one by one, I bound and I gagged each member of the Roger family. I tied their arms, covered their mouths, tied their legs in duct tape. This is Jason Rogers. He was 51, and he was the father. When the other 3 were in a circle, I slit open Jason Rogers' throat. It took him 29 seconds to die. The playtime had begun. On the 3rd night, I walked into the restaurant at 74th Street, sat at the bar, and began my hunt again. After 26 minutes, I found my next meal. The Rogers. They were a beautiful family of 4, just like the Jacksons. I followed them home. It took us 52 minutes. This is Paula Rogers. She was 23 years old. Paula was a very bad girl. She was able to get free from her chair after I killed Jason. She grabbed a kitchen knife and charged me. I grabbed a nearby chair and I threw it at her. She halted and shielded herself from the chair. In that time, I was able to charge her and put her on the ground. As a punishment, I hung her by her hands in front of the other 2 Rogers, Laura and Peter. And then I began asking each one of them a math question. If they got it right, I went to the next person. If they got it wrong, I hammered a nail into Paula. I hammered 47 nails into Paula before she died. Isn't this wonderful, Special Agent? I have butchered 3 families, and I haven't even told you how I found Joanna Davis, who was locked inside the crate at the end of this facility. Well, if you want to find out about Joanna, you must start with the number of nails I hammered into Paula, then multiply by the number of seconds it took Jason Rogers to die, then add Peter Rogers' age, then add the number of minutes it took me to find the Rogers at the restaurant. You will finally add variable A. The answer will open door number 3. This is Laura Rogers. She was 46. She is the mother. I killed her last special agent. She was alone with me for 4 hours. 4 hours. When it was over, I put her out of her misery. Now let me give you a little misery. I want you to start with Laura's age, then multiply by her husband Jason Rogers' age. The answer will be variable A. This is Peter Rogers. He was 19 years old. He was the second last to die. After Paula was dead, I asked him a math question. He spit in my face, so I cut off his tongue. Then I cut off his fingers, and then I cut off his nose, and then I cut open his stomach and pulled out his intestines. No one spits in my face, Special Agent. No one. On the 4th night, I arrived at the university on 74th Street. I was there for 22 minutes, and then I saw her. I saw Joanna Davis. She was 26 years old. She was a part-time waitress and a full-time student at the local state university. I had gone to the restaurant to find another family, but the moment I saw Joanna, I knew she had to be mine. I watched her for 2 hours. And then I left and I waited in my car until the end of her shift. She left the restaurant at 10 p.m. She had changed her clothing. She wore a short skirt with black leggings underneath and high heels. She was beautiful, and she was going to be mine. I began to follow her. We walked for 3 blocks. She went into the bar on 77th Street. I watched her for 2 hours at the bar. She was going to be mine. After 2 hours at the bar, she took a ride share back to her apartment. It took her 37 minutes to reach her apartment complex. She was nearly drunk and stumbled to get to the door. It was almost too easy. I got out of my car, approached her from behind, and I grabbed her. 46 minutes later, she was at my dungeon. I want you to start with Joanna's age and add the number of minutes I was at the restaurant before I saw Joanna. Then multiply the street number of the bar she went to after work. Your answer will be variable A. You must start with the number of minutes it took me to take Joanna back to my dungeon it took me to reach her apartment from the bar. Then multiply this number by the number of hours I watched her at the bar. The answer will be variable B. If you want to open the final door and reach my Joanna Davis, you must add variable A to variable B. Or is that too hard for you, Special Agent? You know you're going to fail, right? You are going to make a mistake and you are going to kill Joanna Davis. You finally reached the final door, Special Agent. Beyond this door is Joanna Davis. The lovely, sweet Joanna Davis. And all you have to do is enter the correct code into the door. You can do that, right, Special Agent? Because if you don't, Joanna will burn. Did you like my press conferences, Special Agent? Have you learned your lesson? Or are you going to hold more press conferences? This dungeon is a museum to the consequences of your task force's actions. If not for you, the Jackson family would be alive. If not for you, the Townsends would be alive. If not for you, the Rogers would still be alive. You challenged my work, and so I butchered people. And if you keep challenging my work, I will continue to butcher and murder and slaughter. Do you understand that, Special Agent? And don't forget how you murdered the Jacksons. I want you to start with the number of nails I hammered into Tony Jackson's body. Then add that by the age of Amanda Jackson. And then multiply that by the number of seconds it took Lucas Jackson to die after I slit his throat with the kitchen knife. The answer will be variable B. The blood of the Rogers family is on your task force's hands, Special Agent. I want you to start with the number of seconds it took Jason Rogers to die after I slit his throat. Then multiply that by the number of hours I was alone with Laura Rogers. Then add the number of nails I hammered into Paula Rogers. Then add Peter Rogers' age. The answer will be variable C. The pretty Joanna Davis is locked inside that metal crate, Special Agent. If you want to unlock it, you must add variable A to variable B, and then add variable C. If you enter the wrong code into the keypad, Joanna Davis is going to burn alive. And it will be all your fault. Think carefully, Special Agent. Your mistakes have consequences.
Alright everyone, let's get this meeting started. I want to first congratulate the Special Agent that entered this facility and recovered Joanna Davis alive. Outstanding job, Special Agent. But now it's time for the bad news. As you all know, last week we held a press conference asking the community to come forward with any information they may have about the math problem killer. In response to that press conference, our killer went to a restaurant and butchered 4 families. Make no mistake, people, every decision we make has serious consequences. I have agents interviewing employees at Pierre's, and the Task Force Digital Forensics Unit is going through the restaurant's surveillance footage. So far, no employee remembers anyone of note at 7 p.m., Additionally, there is no financial record of Townsend, Jackson, or Davis paying for food at Pierre's. That is not to say that the killer's story was untrue. Our task force crime scene investigators inform me that there is a significant amount of human remains throughout the facility. Their early estimates suggest at least enough for 4 families, so it is entirely possible that the story he told our agent was true, he just changed the names and the locations. Alright everyone, this is the end of week 4, and if the killer's pattern is consistent, we can expect more victims next week. So let's get to work and catch this guy before that happens. That is all. Let's get hunting. Special Agent, it is week 5, and the task force has received another communication from the math problem killer. It has only been a few days since the restaurant killings, and he already has more victims. This is too fast. It doesn't make any sense. According to the communication, he is holding a young woman named Evelyn Martin at an abandoned construction site at 2101 Chestnut Boulevard. The suspect says we can send 1 agent, and only 1 agent inside to attempt a rescue. That means you are going in again. As you know, this suspect has a thing for math. He is going to tell you disturbing stories, then give you math problems based on those stories. It does not matter if his stories are true. What matters is that you get the answer right. He might be a murdering sociopath, but his modus operandi is clear. If you get the math right, he will let you pass and let the hostages go free. So get the math right and get Evelyn Martin out alive. Good luck.
Hello there, Special Agent. This is Sienna Harrison, age 33. I saw her at the 6th Street Parade at 11 a.m. She was alone. 3 hours later, I followed her into the parking garage. She parked on the 4th floor. As she was unlocking her car door, I approached from behind and slammed her face into the window, disorienting her. In the next 38 seconds, I had her bound and gagged and stuffed in her trunk. I then drove casually back to my dungeon in her car. When she woke up, her nightmare began. You know, Special Agent, I was going to go easy this week. Give you and the task force a little break. I was only going to play with 1 person. I was going to take my time. I was going to make it hurt. I thought that was going to be Sienna. But then one thing led to another, and I feasted on the whole Martin family. They were delicious. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Why don't you start with Sienna's age and then multiply it by the street of the parade? Then multiply the answer by the time of the parade. Your final answer will be variable A. I want you to multiply the time I first saw Sienna by the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag her and place her in her trunk. Then multiply this number by the floor that she parked on. The answer will be variable B. Pretty girls, pretty floats. Oh, how I do so love a parade. Don't you, Special Agent? Oh, I almost forgot. I have Evelyn Martin somewhere in this dungeon. If you want to reach her, you need to get past door number 1. The code for door number 1 is simple. You must add variable A to variable B. Even a pathetic little task force special agent like you can solve that one. Can't you? As Sienna mumbled and whimpered and pissed herself while strapped to the chair. I scrolled through her phone. I looked through her pictures, and that's when I saw her. Evelyn Martin. I made Santa tell me where Evelyn lived, and then I disposed of my little toy. I watched Evelyn's house for 45 minutes. She is 28 and married to Thomas Martin, aged 36. Thomas's brother Patrick, age 41, was there. If I was to have some playtime with Evelyn, both Thomas and Patrick needed to go. Patrick left after 45 minutes, and I decided to follow him. We drove for 47 minutes and finally arrived at his house at 9876 Tomato Road. There was another older man there, Stephen Harlett, age 39. The two laughed about how their families were gone for the day, and they brought beer and tequila. I waited, and 2 hours later, when the alcohol had taken effect, I attacked. You must start with Patrick's age, and then multiply it by Evelyn's age. Then add Stephen's age. Then add the number of minutes it took us to reach Patrick's house. The answer will open door number 2. It took me 86 minutes to reach Evelyn's house at 3425 Tiger Road. It was a pretty home with a backyard and a peaceful neighborhood. The time was 6 p.m. I got out of my car and I approached the house. I left after 45 minutes to follow Patrick Martin. I returned the next day to finish my work with Evelyn. I walked up to the window and I looked inside. It was 2 p.m. I saw Evelyn. She was wearing tight blue jeans and a tight polka-dotted buttoned shirt that hugged her torso. She looked delicious. I crawled through the window and approached her from behind. In the next 28 seconds, I grabbed her mouth, slammed her on the ground, and duct taped her mouth and hands and legs. Start with Evelyn's age, then multiply by the amount of time it took me to bound and gag Evelyn. Then add the last 2 digits of Evelyn's address. The answer will be variable A. I left the bound and gagged Evelyn in the kitchen and went looking for Thomas. I saw him in the backyard, bent over, digging in the dirt like a dog. I grabbed a nearby softball bat. I approached Thomas from behind and swung as hard as I could toward his head. It made a most satisfying thud when his skull imploded. Start with Thomas's age, and then multiply by the number of minutes it took me to reach Evelyn's house on the first day. Then divide by what time it was when I walked up to the window and looked inside Evelyn's house. The answer will be variable B. With Evelyn bound and gagged, and Thomas a piece of meat, I looked around the house and found a picture of Evelyn's younger sister. She was lovely. After a few more minutes of looking around, I found the address to her parents' house. I knew where my next stop was going to be. And if you want to find out what I did when I got there, you have to add variable A to variable B. The answer will open door number 3. Or is that too hard for you, Special Agent? It took 53 seconds before Stephen Harlot turned on Patrick. He quickly told me the names of Stephen's wife and 2 children. He told me their ages. He told me their schedules. After squealing, Stephen turned to his best friend Patrick, tears in his eyes, and kept saying, "I'm sorry, I don't want to die. I'm sorry, I don't want to die." I stripped them naked, tied them each to a chair, and had them face each other. I showed them my nails and my knives. I told them the first one who told me where the other's family was would get to live. I want you to start with the number of seconds it took Stephen to turn on his friend. Then multiply by the number of feet Patrick was away from Stephen. Then multiply by the total number of wife and children Patrick had. The answer is variable X. I made Stephen listen to the screams of his best friend Patrick as I played with Patrick's family. When I was done, I hung Patrick's family above him. He kept screaming, "I will kill you, I will kill you." But here's the best part, Special Agent. Patrick was not screaming at me. He was screaming at Stephen. After I finally killed Patrick, I walked back over to Stephen. He was 10 feet away, still naked and tied to the same chair. I asked him a simple math question. He got it wrong, so I cut open his stomach and pulled his intestines out. Mistakes have consequences, Special Agent. I arrived at Evelyn's parents' house at 9 p.m. I snuck up and crouched near a window. I looked inside and I saw Evelyn Martin's younger sister, Ariel. She was having a slumber party with 4 other girls: Annie, age 14, Harriet, age 15, Aaliyah, age 14, and Melody, age 15. I watched them for 18 minutes. They laughed and danced. 5 young girls in their pajamas. It was the perfect moment to strike. And an hour later, they were all butchered, hanging upside down in the living room. Evelyn's sister, Ariel, was the only one that fought back that night. While the other girls screamed like goats, Ariel grabbed a softball bat and swung as hard as she could. Her fighting spirit was admirable. She earned a chance at survival, so I asked her a math question. I told her if she got it right, she could go free. But if she got it wrong, she would be punished. She answered incorrectly, so I shoved 18 nails through her torso and hung her in front of the other girls. I want you to start with the number of nails I shoved into Ariel, then multiply this by the time I arrived at Evelyn's parents' house. Then multiply by Annie's age. Your answer will be variable A. I want you to start with the number of minutes I watch the girls, then multiply this by Aaliyah's age. The answer will be variable B. You must add Angela and Antonio's ages, then multiply by the number of hours I spent with Angela. The answer will be variable C. Now listen up, you stupid, pathetic task force agent. If you want to find variable Y, you must add variable A to variable B, and then add variable C. Or is that too advanced for you? Why don't you just make a mistake and enter the wrong code into the keypad and kill Evelyn Martin? Say hello to Evelyn's parents, Angela, age 53, and Antonio, age 57. They were upstairs in the master bedroom while the girls were downstairs. When they heard screaming, they both ran downstairs. I grabbed one of the girls' softball bats and smashed Antonio's skull into a pile of goo. Angela screamed. I approached her and took my time. 3 hours, Special Agent. 3 hours. Behind this door is Evelyn Martin. If you want to open this door, you must add variable X plus variable Y, and then enter your answer into the keypad. Let's see how smart you really are, Special Agent. My guess is not very. You made it to the final room. Apparently you're not so stupid. But don't celebrate just yet, Special Agent. You still have an opportunity to make a mistake and kill Evelyn Martin. So let's begin. I want you to start with the number of nails in Evelyn's sister, Ariel, and then add Evelyn's mother's age, and then multiply by the time I got to Evelyn's parents' house. The answer will be variable A. You must add variable A to variable B, and then subtract variable C. Enter your answer into the keypad on the crate. If your answer is correct, Evelyn Martin gets to go home. Although I did just kill everyone she loved and cared about, so the house may be a little quiet when she gets home. That is, assuming you don't make a mistake and burn her alive. You must start with Evelyn's brother, Patrick Martin's age. Then multiply that by the number of seconds it took Stephen to turn on Patrick. The answer will be variable B. Let's start with Evelyn's age, then add Thomas's age, then multiply by the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag Evelyn. The answer will be variable C.
Alright everyone, listen up. To begin with, I want to congratulate the special agent that entered this facility and safely recovered Evelyn Martin. That is outstanding work, Special Agent. But like this message on the wall says, Evelyn Martin will not be the last one, so we need to stay focused. Okay, next. The Task Force Behavioral Analysis Unit has been developing a preliminary profile of the suspect to help us gain insights into the serial killer's motives and signature methods. By studying the crime scenes and victim profiles, the Behavioral Analysis Unit aims to develop a more comprehensive understanding of the math problem killer's psychological makeup. I believe some of the conclusions put forth may be of value to your investigations going forward, and I would like to read them to you now. Quote, "The math problem killer exhibits a distinct set of psychological traits, combining sadism, manipulation, and a desire for control over both the victims and the authorities. Key characteristics include 1. Sadistic tendencies. The subject derives pleasure from the suffering and potential harm inflicted on his victims. He revels in the psychological game. 2. Control and manipulation. The subject thrives on exerting control over the situation and manipulating the actions of law enforcement. 3. Superiority complex. The subject likely possesses an inflated ego and believes himself to be intellectually superior to others. And 4. Methodical planning. The subject's attention to detail and ability to anticipate law enforcement's actions suggest a meticulous nature and ability for strategic thinking." Okay everyone, I'm going to stop there. We are 5 weeks in, and we are in the big leagues. This guy is not an amateur. He is smart, he is ruthless, and he is prolific. And we need to catch him. Thank you. Now let's get hunting. Special Agent, this is week 6. It has only been a few days since the Martin family killings, and we already have another communication from the math problem killer. I have never seen this tempo or murder rate before in my entire career. Something is not right. But I don't want you thinking about that right now. I need you focused on this rescue mission. In the suspect's communication, he indicates he is holding a hostage named Marissa Silva at an abandoned construction site at 383 Oakwood Terrace. Unlike the previous victims, there was a very recent police report filed for the Silvas. Apparently, the Silvas were supposed to meet up with their neighbors. When they didn't show, the neighbors went to investigate and found the mother, grandmother, and teenagers butchered and hanging in their house. They immediately called the police. There was no sign of the father or Marissa, although the report indicates that she did not live at the Silva house. Your primary objective is the safe release of Marissa Silva. Remember, you are facing a highly dangerous serial killer. The suspect's cunning nature demands critical thinking and an analytical approach from you. Marissa Silva's life hangs in the balance. Alright, Agent. Stay focused, stay sharp, and get Marissa Silva out alive. Good luck.
Hello there, Special Agent. I first saw Marissa Silva playing soccer at Washington Park on 54th Street. It was Saturday at 11 a.m. I watched her play for an hour. She was 23. She had firm legs and was wearing very small shorts. Her hair was in a ponytail. I knew she was going to be my next plaything. Let's start with something even a stupid task force special agent can solve. You will multiply the first number of the street of the park with the sum of the time I first started watching Marissa and Marissa's age. The answer will be variable A. I want you to add the first number of Yolanda's age to the second number of Yolanda's age. Then multiply by the second number of Kellyanne's age. Then multiply by the amount of time I followed them home to their apartment. The answer is variable B. If If you want to open door number 1, Special Agent, you must add variable A and variable B, then multiply by the second number in Marissa's age, and then add variable C. Oh, did I speak too fast for you, Special Agent? Well, too bad. And if you make one mistake, you will burn Marissa Silva alive. This is Kellyanne Swiler, 22, and Yolanda Martinez, 24. I saw them talking to my Marissa. I couldn't have any of that. After the match, I followed them 30 minutes home to their apartment. As they lay on their couches, I kicked in the door and threw them on the ground. I made them tell me where Marissa lives. And then I played with them for 3 hours before they couldn't take any more. I want you to start with the time I started watching Marissa at the park, then multiply by the amount of time I followed Kellyanne and Yolanda home. You then subtract the number of hours I played with Kellyanne and Yolanda. Finally, you multiply your answer by Kellyanne's age. The final answer will be variable C. They were such lovely girls. It's a pity they screamed so much in the end. During my delicious time with Kellyanne and Yolanda, they told me that Marissa lives at Waypoint Apartments at 35th Street, apartment number 405, and has a roommate named Sophia, age 25. I decided to visit the girls. Let's keep a tally of my little adventure for Marissa, shall we, Special Agent? There was Kellyanne and Yolanda, and now Sophia, and we are not even done yet. If you want to open door number 2, I want you to add variable A to variable B, and then subtract Sophia's age. Oh, poor sweet little Sophia. I want you to start by multiplying Sophia's age by the amount of time it took me to reach the apartment. Then add the street number of the apartment. And then multiply by the third number of the apartment number. Is that too complicated for you, Special Agent? The answer will be variable A. Why don't you start with the amount of time I watched Sophia? Then multiply that by the amount of times I knocked on the door. Then multiply that by the amount of hours I spent with Sophia. Then subtract the first number of her apartment. The answer will be variable B. It took me 46 minutes to reach their apartment. I climbed the stairs and I looked inside. Marissa wasn't home, but Sophia was. I thought about leaving, but then I watched Sophia for 17 minutes. She was beautiful. Not as beautiful as my Marissa, but close. She had soft, buttery skin. I knocked 4 times on the door, and when Sophia opened it ever so slightly, I kicked it open, and I began to play. After I spent 4 hours with the lovely Sophia, I looked around the apartment, and I found photos of Marissa's family. They were a beautiful family. I would expect nothing less from my Marissa. I asked Sophia where they lived. She just begged me to stop. I looked in her beautiful eyes and I told her if she told me what I wanted to know, I would end her misery. And so she told me where they lived. And I ended Sophia's misery. Look to your left, Special Agent. The code to open that door is variable A added to the sum of Roberto and Romano's ages. That seems pretty simple, doesn't it, Special Agent? You know what? You're right. Let's have a little fun, shall we? If that answer is an even number, then you must subtract Marissa's age. If that is an odd number, you must add Marissa's age. Think carefully, Special Agent. One wrong answer, and Marissa burns alive. It took me 46 seconds to enter the house and find Marissa's little brothers, Roberto and Romano Silva, lying on the couch, half asleep. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, and in another 53 seconds, I slit both Roberto and Romano's throats. I then hung them upside down in their living room, with rope I found in the garage. The whole affair took me 6 minutes. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say, Special Agent? It was 11 p.m. when I left Sophia's apartment. I had to say hello to the family. They had made such a beautiful daughter. It took me 72 minutes to reach their house at 85467 West Brookings. When I arrived, Marissa's father was in the garage. I dealt with him, and we'll talk about him later. I then saw 2 young men who looked like Marissa's brothers, Robert, age 13, and Romano, age 15, asleep in the living room. They would be first. I want you to add the number of nails I used on Marissa's grandmother. Then multiply that by the number of seconds it took me to slit both of Roberto and Romano's throats. Then subtract the time I left Sophia's apartment. The answer will be variable A. I went upstairs and found Marissa's mother and grandmother. They were awake. They saw me. The mother screamed, but the grandmother fought. It was easy to put both of them on the ground. As I started to duct tape them, the mother kept screaming for me to stop, but the grandmother fought to the bitter end. I went down to their garage and found a nail gun. I came back to the bedroom and put 56 nails inside the grandmother. Now it was just me and Marissa's mother. I took my time. Let me introduce you to Marissa's father, Derek. He is 58 years old, retired, and enjoys working on his car at night with the garage door open. It was easy to walk up behind him with a rag full of chloroform and drop him to the ground. It was 1 a.m. Let me ask you this, Special Agent. Can you imagine what it must be like to be tied to a chair and forced to watch as a madman takes your screaming daughter into a room that has a scary face painted on the room's door? and the door slams and all you hear is your daughter's screams? Well, Derek Silva does not have to wonder. Derek Silva knows what that is like. Alright, enough about Derek. In front of you, there are two rooms. The room to the right is room X. The room to the left is room Y. The code to open the final door is X plus Y. Look at this wall, Special Agent. Do you see what it says? You will never catch me. Do you get that? Do you understand that no matter what you do, I will be back next week? This is already the 6th week, and you are no closer to catching me than you were last week. You and your task force are pathetic. You will never catch me. After visiting Kellyanne's family, I went to Yolanda Martinez's parents' home at 4874 East Bluefin Road. It wasn't quite the happy home that Kellyanne had. It was dirty and rough, surrounded by the sounds of constant yelling and sirens, dogs barking, and bottles being broken. It was the kind of neighborhood that a person could walk inside a home at 4 a.m., grab a knife in the kitchen and slit the throat of the 53-year-old man in the Lazy Boy. It was the kind of neighborhood where that same person could grab the 51-year-old screaming wife, slam her to the ground, and slit her throat. It was the kind of neighborhood where the person could walk to the back room where the girls were and take his time for the next 3 hours. It was the kind of neighborhood that person could do all of that, and no one would notice, and no one would care. Camilla, 19, and Isabella, 20, were in the back room. I want you to add their ages together, then add the time I arrived at the house. Then multiply the time I spent with the girls, then add the age of the screaming wife. Your answer will be variable X. Do you remember Kellyanne and Yolanda from earlier? During our time together, I made them tell me where their parents lived. They were lovely girls. I wanted to say hi to the family and tell them that the girls would not be coming home. Kellyanne's parents lived at 24323 West Yellow Road. Kellyanne had two sisters, Rachel, aged 11, and Caroline, aged 14. I went straight there from the Silva's house. It was 2 a.m. Oh, and one more thing, Special Agent. Variable A plus variable B equals variable Y. You must next add the first number of the house address and the last number of the house address, and multiply the sum by the third number of the house address. You then multiply your answer by Rachel's age. This is variable B. I want you to start with Marissa's age, then multiply it by the sum of Rachel and Caroline's age. Then multiply that by the first number of the house address. Your answer will be variable A. I want you to multiply Kellyanne's age by Sophia's age, and then add Yolanda's age. Subtract the amount of time I spent with Kellyanne and Yolanda. Your answer is variable A. I want you to multiply Roberto's age by the amount of nails I used on his grandmother. Then add the amount of minutes it took me to kill both Roberto and Romano and hang them upside down in the living room. Your answer will be variable B. I want you to add Rachel and Caroline's ages to the first time I saw Marissa at the park. Then add the amount of time I watched her at that park. Oh, she was so lovely. The answer is variable C. Do you want to know what the lesson to all of this is, Special Agent? Math is your freedom. Math is your salvation. Get the math question right, and Marissa survives. She can leave this horrible nightmare and go skipping into the sun, buying a breakfast burrito, smelling roses, whatever. Or you can get the math wrong, and Marissa is burned to death by hydrofluoric acid. So we're going to let simple math decide Marissa's fate. Add variable A to variable B, and then add variable C. Enter your code into the keypad. Get it right, Marissa's nightmare ends. Get it wrong, and she burns.
All right, everyone. Let's get this meeting started. I first want to congratulate the special agent that entered this facility. During the hostage rescue operation, the special agent demonstrated quick thinking, strategic acumen, and an unwavering composure that resulted in the safe extraction of Marissa Silva. This exemplary performance under pressure is reflective of the high level of professionalism and training within our task force. Outstanding work. All right, next on the agenda, we are observing several disturbing trends. First, the math problem killer is able to find, track, abduct, and torture a victim each week. And secondly, each week the volume of abductions is increasing. This high volume of activity is suggestive that the math problem killer is using accomplices. He is not working alone. The scale and complexity of the attacks witnessed thus far exceeds what can be accomplished by a lone individual. I find it highly unlikely that one individual is able to accomplish what the math killer can do by himself. This is extremely troubling. But the math problem killer is not alone. It is crucial that we remain vigilant and consider the possibility of a network supporting the math problem killer. I want the task force to explore potential connections, affiliations, collaboration among individuals who may be aiding the suspect. Okay, everyone. Now, instead of hunting one murderer, we are hunting several. Let's stay focused and get back to work. Special Agent, it has been 8 days since Marissa Silva, and the task force has received another communication from the math problem killer. I think the accomplice theory is now more plausible than ever before. That is an incredibly fast turnaround time. According to his communication, he is holding a young woman named Abigail Connor at 6078 Silvercrest Avenue. Now, I do have some information on Abigail Connor. She is registered as a student at New Columbia State College here in town. Additionally, Last night, there was a triple homicide at the movie theater on 63rd Street. 2 ushers and a general manager were killed. When the murders were discovered, police investigated and learned that a 4th person was scheduled to work that night, R. Abigail Connor. However, she wasn't there. The police then located her apartment and went to investigate. When they arrived, they found Abigail's roommate and 4 other girls murdered and hanging upside down. The residents in the neighboring apartment were also murdered. I do not believe in coincidences, Special Agent. That behavior is consistent with the math problem killer's MO. He picks a target and then slowly murders that target's social and familial circle. Okay, Agent, now that you have a little background, your mission is to recover Abigail Connor from that facility. So stay focused, think critically, and get Abigail out alive. Good luck.
Do you want to know how it starts after I bring them to one of my dungeons? Turn around. This is how it starts, Special Agent. In a room, tied to a chair, screaming as loud as you can. And no one hears you. That is how it started with Abigail Connor's roommate, Becky Donaldson. I began following Becky Donaldson, age 20, on 27th Street. She wore jean shorts, fishnet leggings, and black boots with thick soles. Her hair was jet black and she had 16 piercings on her face. I followed her for 45 minutes as she walked in and out of 3 different stores. She finally met up with her boyfriend, Todd Mayer, 24. I followed the 2 back to Todd's apartment at 3245 Drebber Street, apartment number 107. Oh, don't worry, Special Agent. We will get to Abigail Connors. But before you have your dessert, you must eat your vegetables. I want to see if you paid attention to my little story, Special Agent. Start with Becky's age, then multiply it by the number of stores she went into as I followed her. Then multiply that by the street I started following her. Then subtract the number of minutes that I followed her. Enter your answer into the keypad on door number 1. Do you see this table, Special Agent? This was Becky's table. Did you know if the nails do not pierce any vital organs, that the human body can withstand a substantial amount of nail penetrations? Becky was on this table for 3 hours, and she had 37 nails. This was the table I put Becky's boyfriend, Todd Mayer, age 24, on. It was rather romantic. 2 lovers, 2 tables side by side, their screams filling the room like an orchestra. I didn't keep him on the table long, only 36 minutes. Then I hung him by his hands in front of Becky and began asking him math questions. If he got it right, I asked another. If he got it wrong, he got a nail. Poor Todd was not very good at math. I kept him hanging for 3 hours. I followed Becky back to Todd's apartment at 3245 Drebber Street, number 107. I watched them for 45 minutes. They immediately began smoking marijuana. That was foolish. The response times to a crisis situation would be significantly diminished. It was easy to kick open the door, smack them both to the ground, duct tape them, and carry them back to my car. We would finish this at my dungeon. Look behind me, Special Agent. Do you see that door? If you want to get through that door, you better pay attention. I want you to start with the number of nails penetrating into Becky, and then multiply that by the number of minutes that Todd was on the table. You will next subtract Todd's age, and then add his apartment number. Finally, you will add the number of minutes I watched them before entering their apartment. The answer will open door number 2. Get it right, the door opens, and you are one step closer to Abigail. Get it wrong, and the hydrofluoric acid dissolves her skin off. During my time with Becky, I learned that she did not live with Todd, but instead with 2 other students, Abigail Connors and Tiffany Baker. Abigail was working that night, but Tiffany was home having a study group with some classmates. Becky told me the apartment across the hallway was occupied by 3 male students, Jason, Tyler, and Charlie. If they came in while I was having fun with the girl party, that could be a problem. They needed to be dealt with first. Look to your left, Special Agent. Do you see me? Watching? Sometimes I let the women I follow see me. Sometimes I like to see that fear, that recognition of the danger, the realization that there is nothing they can do about it. It took me 48 minutes to reach their apartment complex. I normally like to take my time and savor the moments with my victims, to let the fear in their eyes and the realization of their situation soak into the air. But the 3 boys were not my target. I grabbed my suppressed .22 caliber pistol. This needed to be quick. Less time with the boys, more time with the girls. I walked to Tiffany's apartment, and then I went to the next apartment with the 3 boys. I knocked 5 times. Jason, age 19, opened the door. I quickly pulled out my pistol and shot him in the face. I then stepped into the apartment, saw Tyler, also age 19, and shot him in the face as well. It's hard to miss at 6 feet, Special Agent. Then I went into one of the bedrooms, the one that had Charlie. I lunged at him, wrestled him to the ground. Then I stripped him, tied him to a chair. I hung both Jason and Tyler upside down from the ceiling in front of Charlie. I then interrogated him for 11 minutes. When I was done asking my questions, I shot him in the face. Start with the amount of time it took me to reach the apartment complex. Then add this amount to the sum of Jason and Tyler's ages added together. Then multiply this by the number of times I shot Tyler. Then finally subtract from this number the number of minutes I interrogated Charlie. The answer will open door number 3. And if you're even 1 number off, Abigail Connors burns. With no roommates coming home and the neighbors taken care of, I could take my time. I knocked on the door of apartment 423 and I said pizza. One of the girls, Lacey, aged 18, stupidly opened the door, and I was inside. There were 4 girls: Lacey, Jennifer, age 19, Christine, age 18, Laura, age 20, plus Tiffany, age 19. Tiffany was the prettiest of the 5. I chose her. I raised my pistol and I shot 2 rounds into each torso of the other 4 girls. They all fell to the ground screaming. Then I lunged at Tiffany and bound her arms, legs, and mouth with duct tape. When Tiffany was secure, I finished off the other girls with 1 headshot each. With Tiffany watching, I hung the 4 girls from the ceiling in a semicircle. It took me 23 minutes. I pulled Tiffany into the center and made her look at each one of her friends. The tears poured down her face. She knew what was happening. She knew what was about to happen. When I finally took the duct tape off her mouth, she begged me to stop. I asked her to tell me about her other roommate, Abigail. I want you to start with the number of bullets I shot at the girls, then multiply this by how many girls were at the apartment. Then multiply this by Jennifer's age. You will next add Laura's age, then add the apartment number. The answer will be variable A. I want you to add Lacey's age with Jennifer's age, then add variable A. Then subtract the number of minutes it took me to hang the 4 girls. This final answer will open door number 4, and it will begin our hunt for Abigail. Unless you make a mistake, in which case Abigail gets burned alive. With Becky and Tiffany taken care of, it was time to finish my meal. It was time to find Abigail Connor. But first, look at that writing on the wall, Special Agent. I left you a message. Do you see that? It says, "Are you smart enough to stop me?" Ask yourself that question. Well, here's the answer, Special Agent. You are not. You are flawed and stupid, and you are going to make a mistake and kill Abigail Connor. Because that is the point of these little dungeons of mine. I don't kill the hostage. You do. It was late, 11 p.m. by the time I finished with Tiffany. In the end, she told me Abigail worked at an old 3-screen movie theater on 63rd Street. I left immediately. When I arrived at midnight, it was deserted, except for 2 employees, Chad, aged 18, and Paul, aged 22. They told me they were closing. I asked how many people were closing, and they replied just 4. 3 ushers and the manager. I pulled out my pistol and shot both of them in the head. I dragged Chad and Paul behind the counter and locked the theater doors. I want you to multiply Chad's age by the street number the theater is located on, then add the time I arrived at the theater. This will be variable A. In order to open the final door, you must add variable A to variable B. Even a stupid special agent like you can figure that one out. Or can you? The office was adjacent to the lobby. I walked inside and found Calvin, age 34, the manager. I approached him, reached out, gripped his hair, and slammed his head into the table. I then duct taped him to the office chair. Now there was only Abigail, age 19. I walked around the theater looking for her. After 7 minutes, I found her. She was sweeping the floor with her headphones on. I approached her from behind, and I grabbed her. I want you to start with Abigail's age, then multiply that by the number of minutes it took me to find her, then multiply that by the number of people working at the theater that night, then add Calvin's age, then multiply your answer by the first number of Paul's age. The answer will be variable B. You made it, Special Agent. You made it to the final room. But don't pat yourself on the back quite yet. You still have an opportunity to kill Abigail Connors. And you know why you're going to kill her? Do you know why you're going to fail? Because you are not smart enough to defeat me. You are nothing compared to me. You are pathetic. Your whole task force is pathetic. Do you remember Becky Donaldson, Abigail's roommate? Well, let's hope you do. Because I want you to start with Becky's age. Then multiply the number of nails that penetrated into her body on the nail table. Then multiply this by the number of hours she was on that table. Then add the number of minutes I followed her on 27th Street. Your answer will be variable A. If you want to open Abigail's crate, you must add variable A to variable B, and then add Abigail's age. Unless Abigail's age is an even number, in which case you must subtract Abigail's age. Is that too complicated for you, Special Agent? Because if it is, you are going to kill Abigail Connor. Now let us reminisce about Tiffany and those lovely girls. I want you to start with a number of girls in Tiffany's apartment, including Tiffany. You will then multiply this by Tiffany's age. You will then multiply this by the number of minutes it took me to hang their 4 bodies in front of Tiffany. This will be variable B.
Okay, everyone, let's get this brief started. I first of all want to congratulate the Special Agent for their exemplary performance in entering this facility and successfully rescuing the latest hostage, Abigail Connor. These actions exemplify the high standards of our task force and serve as a testament to the dedication and expertise of our agents in the face of adversity. Outstanding work, Special Agent. Alright, next on the agenda. Although the press conference from several weeks ago did enrage the suspect and increase his violence and brutality, we did receive multiple credible tips from the public that have provided valuable insights into the killer's potential whereabouts. In light of this information, I'm immediately deploying several surveillance teams between 10th Street and 35th Street. This strategic positioning aims to maximize our coverage of the areas identified in the tips, thereby increasing our chances of locating and apprehending the suspect. I urge all team members to exercise the utmost diligence and discretion during this operation. Alright everyone, this is week 7, and I want to catch this guy before there is a week 8. So let's stay focused, let's stay vigilant, and let's track this guy down. Good hunting. Special Agent, we have a serious problem. We have lost contact with 3 of our surveillance units. Each unit includes 4 surveillance technicians that is led by a special agent. They have all gone dark. Additionally, the task force has received a communication from the math problem killer. It says he has a victim named Elisa Brown at 816 Willow Street, and that we can send 1 agent inside. But here's the deal. Special Agent Gary Brown is one of the agents that has gone dark, and his daughter's name is Elisa. I sent units to Elisa's apartment, but no one was there. I think this guy's got her. I am sending you inside. Your mission is to rescue Elisa and to get her out alive. Remember, Special Agent, the math problem killer is no ordinary criminal. He thrives on psychological manipulation and has set a series of intricate traps to challenge you. Your success in this mission rests heavily on your ability to navigate through the killer's mind games and think critically under pressure. Your analytical skills will be pivotal in deciphering his elaborate schemes. Special Agent, you are not just a task force agent, you are Elisa Brown's only hope at survival. Now get inside and get her out alive. Good luck.
This is Raymond Bolson. Raymond is 36 years old and works as a surveillance technician with the serial killer task force. At 2 p.m., I saw him talking with a special agent on 18th Street. When they finished talking, and Raymond started walking away by himself, I followed him. I waited for the right moment, and then I tasered him. 2 hours later, he woke up, naked, and tied to a chair in my dungeon. I wanted to know things, and Raymond was going to tell me. I started by making a 7-inch cut into his right leg. He told me he worked for the serial killer task force surveillance team. I next started to make a 10-inch cut into his right arm. He told me everything about his teammates. I finally started to cut open his stomach, and he told me where his team was set up and when the right time to attack was. I like the hunt, Special Agent. I like choosing a prey and then stalking it, watching from a distance, learning their patterns, choosing my moment, and then striking. Apparently, your task force likes to watch and hunt as well. Let's see how they feel when they are hunted back. I have Elisa Brown, Special Agent Gary Brown's daughter. And if you want her back, you are going to have to solve my problems. So let's begin. I want you to start with the street number I first saw Raymond, and then multiply it by the number of inches I cut into his right leg. You will then multiply by Raymond's age, and then subtract the length of the cut I made into his right arm. The answer will open door number 1. Just before Raymond died from massive blood loss, he told me his surveillance team sends 1 technician to get dinner for the rest of the team at the Chinese restaurant on 24th Street around 8 p.m. I was there right on time, and Gavin, the technician, showed up right on time as well. Gavin Thompson, age 38. He picked up his order and began walking back to the team's location on 18th Street. I followed him for 2 blocks, and then I saw my moment. At 22nd Street as he walked past an alleyway, I pushed him aside and slit his throat. Raymond told me about the composition of your surveillance teams, Special Agent. Each one comprising of 4 surveillance techs led by an intrepid special agent such as yourself. And he also told me there was one deployed to 18th Street, 16th Street, and 14th Street. I decided to pay them all each a visit. Let's see if you're smarter than these surveillance technicians, Special Agent. I want you to start with the street the Chinese restaurant is located on, and then multiply it by the time the technician arrived to pick up dinner. You will then divide by the number of blocks I followed him before I attacked. You will then multiply by the street of the team's location. The answer will open door number 2. Get it wrong, and Elisa burns. After I slit his throat in the alleyway on 22nd Street, it took Gavin 16 seconds to die. I watched him as he gripped his throat and flopped around on the ground like a fish out of water. He tried to speak. He tried to yell, but my cut was too deep. All he could do was bleed and die. 24 seconds after I slit his throat, I picked up the Chinese food order off the ground, and I began walking towards 18th Street. I was going to make a delivery. With Gavin and Raymond now nothing more than sacks of meat floating in a pool of their own blood. That meant the 5-man team was down to 2 surveillance techs and 1 agent. If the sniveling crybaby Raymond was to be believed, there would be Miles Harris, Adam Miller, and Brody Smith. If you were wondering why you didn't find any bodies, I brought them all back to my dungeon and hung them up, like little ornaments. Now listen up, Special Agent. The code to door number 3 is variable A plus variable B. I want you to start with the street address of the building I killed your colleagues in. Then I want you to add the street number. Then I want you to add the number of the room I gunned them down in. Your answer will be variable B. Did you like that story of how I butchered your fellow agents? Let's see if you paid attention. I want you to start with the number of seconds it took Gavin to die after I slit his throat. Then multiply that by the number of seconds it took me to kill the other 3 surveillance team members. The answer will be variable A. When Raymond was whimpering and begging for his life, he told me that the observation post was at 2314 18th Street, on the 3rd floor, room 312. I entered the building, walked up the stairs, went to the door. I knocked on the door and yelled, "Food's here." Gavin sent me. The door swung open. I lunged forward and shoved a knife into the agent's throat. The other 2 surveillance techs were still looking down at their equipment and didn't even realize what was happening. I then pulled out my suppressed .22 caliber pistol and shot them both in the head. It took 9 seconds to eliminate the entire team. say hello to Oliver, Liam, Ethan, and Mason. Although you might know them as the surveillance team assigned to 2345 16th Street, room 305. We will talk with the team leaders, Special Agent Noah Bennett and Jason Carter, in a later room. But for now, let's learn about these gentlemen. How did it feel knowing your fellow task force agents walked stupidly to their deaths? You are so pathetic. I want you to start with Ethan Reynolds' age, then multiply by the street the building is located on, then multiply by Aiden Reynolds' age. Then add the room number in which I killed all of your agents. The answer will open door number 4. Ethan Reynolds begged for his life. He kept saying he had a child, but his wife died and that Aiden, his son, aged 8, didn't have anyone else. After I killed Ethan, I went to his apartment and found Aiden Reynolds. He kept saying he wanted his daddy. So guess what, Special Agent? Elisa Brown has company in that metal box at the end of this dungeon. Now, when you make a mistake, you are not just burning Elisa alive, you are also burning little Aiden Reynolds as well. Four hours later, the door opened and 3 men walked inside the room. They called for their team members but received no answer. Just then one of their heads exploded, and then the other, and finally the third was shot in the stomach and fell to the ground. The one I left alive turned out to be Ethan Reynolds, 28, a surveillance tech. After slaughtering the surveillance team on 18th Street, I looked around their room and found a map of the area with the other team locations. It was 4 p.m. It took me 36 minutes to reach their building and another 6 minutes to get to the 3rd floor. I knocked on room 305 with one hand and gripped my suppressed 9mm pistol in the other. As the door opened, I shot the surveillance tech in the face, then entered the room and shot the other tech in the stomach and then the face. The rest of the room was empty. The team had divided into shifts. All I had to do was wait for the other 3 to arrive. Four hours later, the door opened and 3 men walked inside the room. They called for their team members but received no answer. Just then one of their heads exploded, and then the other, and finally the third was shot in the stomach and fell to the ground. The one I left alive turned out to be Ethan Reynolds, 28, a surveillance tech. Special Agent, all this time discussing how I butchered your fellow task force members. I haven't even mentioned the very prize you came here for, Elisa Brown. You see, Gary Brown's surveillance team was the last team I attacked, and he is how I learned about Elisa. I want you to start with the amount of minutes Olivia survived after I strapped her to the chair. You will then multiply that by Elisa's age, and then add the number of seconds it took me to duct tape Olivia in the kitchen. You finally add the time I started following Gary Brown back to his house. The answer will open door number 5. As I was watching the 14th Street surveillance team, around 7 p.m., I saw Special Agent Gary Brown leave the building. I decided to follow him home. It took us 76 minutes to get back to his house. I grabbed my directional microphone and binoculars and I began watching the house. I stayed there all night. And then, when the morning came at 8 a.m., Gary left and I decided to go inside and play house. As I lay in the bushes, my microphone pointed towards his house. I learned that Special Agent Gary Brown has a wife named Olivia, age 46, and a daughter, Elisa, aged 23. They spend the evening together, laughing and playing board games. I hated them for it. After Gary left, I calmly walked up to the front door, turned the handle. The suburbs rarely locked their front door. I found Olivia in the kitchen. She was stunned to see a stranger in her house. I grabbed her and threw her to the ground and began duct taping her legs, arms, and mouth. She didn't make a sound. It took me 24 seconds. When I was done, I went upstairs and I found Elisa. They both were going to come back to the dungeon with me. It took me 83 minutes to bring Elisa and Olivia back to the dungeon. I immediately threw Elisa in the metal box, but I tied Olivia to a chair. She begged me to let her go. She kept asking if I knew who her husband was. I leaned down close to her face. I whispered in her ear, "It is okay to scream. I like it when they scream." She survived for 63 more minutes. After I was done having my fun with Olivia, it was time to deal with Gary Brown's surveillance team. I returned to 14th Street and began watching my prey. This surveillance team had 3 special agents, Gary Brown, Isaac Hayes, and Dominic Foster. I had my helpers grab Isaac and Dominic. I would take care of Gary Brown. This is Special Agent Dominic Foster, aged 42. My other helper followed him after his shift and tasered him in the parking lot of the bar on 56th Street at 10 p.m. Agent Foster woke up naked and tied to a chair. Unfortunately, he was not very cooperative, and the last 46 minutes of his life were very uncomfortable. You must add variable A to variable B. The answer will open door number 6. And remember, one mistake and Elisa and Aiden Reynolds burn alive. You will start with the age of Agent Foster and then add the street he was abducted on, then multiply by the time he was abducted. The answer will be variable B. This is Special Agent Isaac Hayes, age 37. I had one of my helpers follow him after his shift and chloroform him in the parking lot of the grocery store at 78th Street. He woke up naked and tied to a chair. He saw Special Agent Dominic Foster across the room, naked, tied to a chair and full of nails. Agent Hayes began screaming. I want you to start with Agent Hayes' age and then multiply by the street number the surveillance team is on. Then add the street number that Agent Hayes was abducted on. This answer will be variable A. Say hello to Special Agent Gary Brown, the father of Elisa Brown. Gary was already tied to this table when I told him Elisa was in this dungeon, locked inside the metal box under the acid drums. Gary screamed. He begged, he pleaded. He said he would do whatever I wanted if I would just let her go. I paused for a moment, walked up to him, lowered my lips to his ears, and in a soft, gentle voice, I said no. We have talked so much about these mean old task force agents and how I killed them all. Why don't we remember the lovely ladies? The code to open the final door to reach Elisa and Aiden is to multiply Olivia Brown's age by Elisa Brown's age. And then for funsies, why don't you add Aiden Reynolds' age? Look to your left, Special Agent. After Agent Hayes stopped screaming, he told me all I wanted to know about the surveillance team. His surveillance team. It was easy to enter the building and slaughter the 4 surveillance technicians. The bloodshed was glorious. Here is your chance to save Elisa Brown, Special Agent. I want you to multiply variable A by the second number in Elisa Brown's age. Then add Aiden Reynolds' age. The answer will open the crate and end this nightmare. Put in the wrong answer, and Elisa and Aiden burn alive. Let's remember who got us here, shall we, Special Agent? I want you to start with the number of inches I cut into Raymond Bolson's right arm. Then multiply that by the number of seconds it took Gavin to die after I slit his throat. Then finally, multiply your answer by the number of seconds it took me to eliminate your entire first surveillance team after I entered the room. The answer will be variable A.
I regret to inform you all of a critical incident that occurred during our ongoing investigation into the math problem killer. We now have confirmation that our 3 surveillance teams, each led by a task force special agent and comprising of 4 surveillance technicians, were captured by the math problem killer and his accomplices. Each agent and the team they led are dead. This alarming development underscores the grave danger posed by the math problem killer and necessitates immediate and comprehensive action from our task force. He was able to not only identify the surveillance teams, but also assault and capture each one. And he did this to all 3 teams. Amidst this challenging situation, I am, however, pleased to highlight a commendable act of heroism by one of our special agents. Through the application of critical thinking and analytical skills, the special agent successfully rescued Elisa Brown, the daughter of Gary Brown, one of the surveillance team leaders that was abducted and killed by the math problem killer. The special agent's analytical decision-making and effective execution of a rescue operation in the face of danger demonstrates the exceptional qualities we value in our task force. Now, we lost a lot of good people this week. They were colleagues and they were friends. Now, I'm sure a lot of us would like to take some time to process what has happened, but that is not possible. The math problem killer and his accomplices are still out there. They are still walking the streets looking for more victims. We need to hunt him down. The entire task force must stand united in our determination to bring the math problem killer and his accomplices to justice. Now let's get back to work. Special Agent, I know last week was a rough one. But it has been 1 week and the task force has received another communication from the math problem killer. He is holding a young woman named Lois Bailey at 2746 Birch Lane, and I am sending you inside to get her out. Given the suspect's extreme violence towards our surveillance teams last week, I am hesitant to send an agent inside. However, one of the primary missions of this task force is the protection and preservation of innocent life. And right now there is an innocent life inside that facility, so you're going in. Your mission is the safe recovery of Lois Bailey. Approach each room and each problem with caution and analysis. Do not let your emotions take control. Let the facts be your sword and shield. Your success in this mission will depend on your ability to navigate and disarm the suspect's traps with precision. The safety of Lois Bailey rests squarely on your shoulders. Exercise caution. Be vigilant. Get that hostage out alive. Good luck.
Hello there, Special Agent. Today's lesson is about the consequences of interfering with my work. Your surveillance teams learned that lesson last week, and now some would-be heroes learned that lesson this week. I was following a young woman through the 56th Street Park. She saw me and ran. I was faster. As I closed in on her, she reached a group of 3 men, Chad Bosworth, Connor Davis, and Cameron Bailey. She pointed towards me, and the 3 men started to chase. I was outnumbered. I turned and ran. I quickly lost them. These 3 fools had interfered with my plans, and now they needed to pay the price. I disregarded the woman and started following the group. I followed them for 8 hours. They moved from bar to bar, but eventually one left the group and staggered out of the bar at 1 a.m. I grabbed him. Chad Bosworth, 24, woke up naked and tied to a chair. It was 2 a.m. I wanted to know who the other 2 men were. I wanted to know their names. I wanted to know where they lived. I wanted to know where their families lived. And Chad was going to tell me. Of that, I was certain. If you want to reach Lois Bailey, then you need to open door number 1. You must start with Chad's age, then multiply that by the street number of the park I was following the girl. You must then add the time I abducted Chad outside the bar. The answer will open door number 1. When Chad woke up, he was resistant to my questions at first. But when I started to drill into his thigh, he became very forthcoming. He told me about Connor Davis and Cameron Bailey. I decided I would start with Connor. Connor, age 24, lived with his parents Mary, 52, and Elton, 57. It took 87 minutes to reach the house when I left Chad. The time was 5 a.m. They were all asleep. 17 minutes later, Mary and Elton's throats were cut and they were hanging in their living room, dripping blood on the carpet. Connor was passed out drunk and didn't hear a thing. He woke up tied to a chair. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were his parents swaying from the ceiling in front of him. Connor caused me to lose my prey, and so I made the last 37 minutes of his life the most painful of his life. If you want to open door number 2, you must start with variable A, and then add May and Elton's ages. Then add the number of minutes it took me to leave Chad and reach Connor's house. The answer will open door number 2. You will start with Connor's age, and then multiply by the number of minutes it took me to cut his parents' throats and hang them. You must then multiply by the time I arrived at his parents' house. The answer will be variable A. Just before I slit Connor's throat, I made him tell me about our third hero. His name was Cameron Bailey. He was 24. He also lived with his parents, Barkley Bailey, age 62, and Teresa Bailey, age 55. I want you, Special Agent, to add the time I arrived at our hero Cameron Bailey's parents' house to Cameron's age, and then multiply by the number of nails I hammered into his mother, Teresa Bailey. The answer will be variable A, Special Agent. I arrived at Cameron Bailey's parents' house at 7 a.m. I parked outside the neighborhood and walked to their home. It took me 17 minutes. I tried to open the front door, but it was locked. It would appear that Cameron's parents were much smarter than Cameron. I pulled out my knife and I knocked on the door. Teresa Bailey opened the door and smiled at me. She was very beautiful. I slammed my knife into her throat, then grabbed her and held her to the ground. She was dead in 21 seconds. I then got up and walked into the kitchen and found Barkley Bailey reading the newspaper. He didn't even look up. I walked up behind him and slit his throat. He never noticed me. After I killed Cameron's parents, but before I woke Cameron, I walked around the house. On the counter in the living room, I saw her picture. I saw Lois's picture. She was beautiful. She was Cameron's sister. She was a very suitable replacement for the girl that Cameron and his friends took from me. She was going to be mine. She was so beautiful. She was going to be mine. Just like Connor, Cameron was passed out in bed when I found him. I woke him up, pulled him out of bed, stripped him naked, and tied him to a chair. When he finally came to, he was staring at his parents hanging in front of him. I made him watch as I hammered 73 nails into Barkley's body and 34 nails into Teresa's body. He kept asking what I wanted. He started to scream as I began to hammer nails into his body. I want you to start with the number of nails I hammered into Barkley Bailey, and then subtract the number of seconds it took Teresa Bailey to die. Then multiply by Cameron's age. Then add the number of minutes it took me to walk to Cameron's parents' house. You will finally add variable A. Your final answer will open door number 3. Or was that too complicated for a pathetic little special agent like you? The beautiful girl was Lois Bailey, Cameron's sister. At first, Cameron was reluctant to tell me where to find her. But after I cut off 2 of his fingers, he told me everything I wanted to know. And then I still cut off his fingers. Lois Bailey was 25. She was a bartender at Snelly's on 59th Street. I got there in 48 minutes. I watched her for 6 hours. She looked delicious. Tight, low-cut blue jeans, a pierced belly button, a tight, low-cut shirt. She was going to be mine, Special Agent. You will start with Lois's age, then multiply by the street number the bar is on. You will then multiply by the number of hours that I watched her. The answer will open door number 4. When Lois's shift ended at 2 a.m., she started walking up 59th Street. I followed her for 2 blocks. When she reached her car and put the key into the lock, I attacked. 23 seconds later, she was in the back seat of her car with her arms, legs, and mouth duct taped together. After locking Lois Bailey in that metal box, I drove 48 minutes to Chad's parents' house. I arrived at 9 p.m. They were having the neighbors over and were sharing a bottle of wine. I grabbed a meat cleaver from the kitchen, and I killed the neighbors and Andrew Bailey in 63 seconds. I left Cheryl alive for some personal time. Tell me, Special Agent, do you remember Chad, the first hero that I captured? I asked him where his parents, Cheryl, age 49, and Andrew Bosworth, age 63, lived. I told him I was going to kill them. He begged and cried. I then said I would let them live. if Chad could answer my math problem. He failed. Cheryl begged and pleaded. With tears flowing down her eyes, she kept asking why. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? I don't know you. I leaned in close to Cheryl, and I whispered into her ear, so soft and so gently, your son didn't know his math. I want you to start with the time I arrived at the Bosworth's house. Then multiply that by the number of seconds it took me to kill the neighbors and Andrew. Then I want you to add Andrew's age. Finally, you must multiply your answer by the first number of Cheryl's age. The answer will open door number 5. Think carefully. One mistake, and Lois Bailey burns. Did you learn nothing from this dungeon of mine, Special Agent? The whole point was to show you what happens when you interfere with my plans. I butchered Chad, Connor, and Cameron and their families because they stopped my plans. And now here you are, trying to stop my plans. There will be a consequence for this, Special Agent. Now start with the number of seconds it took Cameron's mother to die after I shoved my knife into her throat. Then multiply by Cameron's father's age. Then add Cameron's age. That shouldn't be too hard for a pathetic task force agent. The final answer will be variable A. You pathetic, stupid little agent. Do you really think you can save her? Do you really think you can save my Lois? You are going to fail. You will fail. So start with Connor's age, then add Elton's age, then multiply by the number of minutes it took me to kill Connor's parents, and hang them in the living room. The answer will be variable B. This is it, Special Agent. The last code to the last door. If you get this right, you will reach my Lois Bailey. But you're not going to get this right, are you? You are going to add this number wrong or multiply that number wrong. You are going to enter the wrong code into the keypad, and the valves on the acid drums are going to open. That is what is going to happen, Special Agent. So let's get this over with. The code to open the final door to Lois Bailey is variable A plus variable B. Now go kill Lois. Do you finally understand, Special Agent? When you interfere with my work, you must pay a consequence. Your surveillance teams learned that lesson last week. And these 3 heroes and their parents learned that lesson this week. Maybe you will learn that lesson next week. Now let's see if you were smart enough to save Lois Bailey. You must start with Lois's age, then multiply by the time her shift ended at the bar. then multiply by the number of seconds it took me to duct tape her and throw her in the backseat of her car. You will finally multiply by the number of hours I watched her at the bar. The answer will open the crate. The wrong answer will burn her alive.
Alright everyone, let's get this post-operation briefing started. We have some victories to go over today. First of all, I want to congratulate the Special Agent for successfully rescuing Lois Bailey. Through the adept application of critical thinking and analytical skills, the Special Agent played a crucial role in ensuring the successful extraction of Lois Bailey. The Special Agent's dedication and logic-based decision-making exemplify the high standards upheld by our task force. Outstanding. Okay, next. There was a silver lining to the attacks on our agents last week. A citizen who witnessed one of the math problem killer's accomplices abduct one of our agents has come forward. Through police sketching, digital reconstruction, and analysis, we have identified the accomplice as one Dwayne Hogarth. He has no education and a rap sheet a mile long. Our behavioral analysis unit theorizes that Mr. Hogarth would be enamored by the high intelligence and extreme violence exhibited by the math problem killer and would desire to emulate him. This is our new target, people. If we can get this accomplice, we can find the math problem killer. I am directing our resources to locating Dwayne Hogarth. This is our guy. Alright everyone, get out there and find this guy. Good hunting. Welcome to week 10 of our investigation, Special Agent. I think you know why I contacted you. The task force has received a communication from the math problem killer. He is holding a hostage named Patricia Heath at 9013 Cedarwood Avenue. As per his pattern of behavior, he is allowing us to send in one agent to attempt a rescue. That means you are going inside again. Your only objective is the safe recovery of Patricia Heath. It is important to remember, Special Agent, this guy is clever, manipulative, sadistic, and violent. He has single-handedly taken out multiple families in a single night, as well as 3 of the task force surveillance teams. But don't forget, Special Agent, you have gone up against this guy before, and you have prevailed. He is not unbeatable. His puzzles will be tough and tricky, but you can solve them. You must use your head. Think through the problems and solve his traps. Your best weapon in this facility will be your critical thinking skills. Alright, Special Agent. Now get inside and get Patricia Heath out alive. Good luck.
Do you want to know what one of my favorite hunting grounds is, Special Agent? Now some might think it foolish to tell you where I frequent to hunt my prey, but your task force is so incompetent that I could probably tell you where I'm going to strike next and you still would not be able to catch me. So listen up. My favorite hunting ground is not the park or the bar. It's the grocery store. There you will find hundreds of people walking around not paying attention to you. I can get as close as I want. And if I find someone I like, I can follow them home. I love the grocery store. How about I tell you about the 4 days I went shopping at the 46th Street grocery store and the delicious things that I brought home. Look at that wall, Special Agent. Do you see what it says? The killing will never stop. Do you hear me? The killing will never stop. This is the 10th week your task force has been pursuing me, and you are no closer to catching me than you were on week 1. Look at that wall, Special Agent. Burn those words into your eyes. The killing will never stop. Let's meet the family that I met on the first day last week. The same day you were celebrating saving that whore, Lois Bailey. I was sitting in the parking lot of the store, looking for my prey. And I saw them. A lovely family of 3. Brad Farmer, aged 56, Julie Farmer, aged 52, and Robert Farmer, aged 22. They were smiling and laughing, enjoying each other. They were perfect. I followed them home. The first person I saw was Julie Farmer. She had her back turned to me. I walked up behind her and hit her in the head with the hammer. Robert heard the body fall to the ground and came to investigate. As he rounded the corner, I slammed my hunting knife into his stomach and cut open his intestines. He froze in fear, then fell to the ground. It took 37 seconds to kill them both. Brad Farmer saw the carnage. He screamed and charged me. He was old and fragile, and in 7 seconds, I had him on the ground. He tried to attack me, and that was noble, but he needed to be punished. I hung him by his hands, and I began to hammer nails into his body. I was able to get 45 before he died. Alright, you foolish, stupid little agent. Let's see if you were paying attention. I want you to begin with Brad Farmer's age, and then multiply that by the street of the grocery store. If the answer is even, I want you to add the number of nails I hammered into Brad's torso. If the answer is odd, I want you to subtract Julie Farmer's age. The answer will be variable A. It took us 27 minutes to get back to the Farmer house. I waited and watched until they unloaded all of their groceries. That took another 13 minutes. When they were done, they left the garage door open. That was very foolish. As I entered the garage, I grabbed a nearby hammer and some nails. It was time to play. You must start with the number of seconds it took me to kill both Julie and Robert Farmer. Then multiply that by the number of minutes I waited for them to unload their groceries. You must then add variable A. The answer will open door number 1. Or is that too complicated for you, Special Agent? It was only 2 p.m. by the time I finished slaughtering the farmers. It had only taken me an hour. Normally such bloodshed would satisfy my lust, but it was too fast. I was still hungry. I decided to return to the grocery store on 46th Street for some dinner. Preferably dinner with long, blonde hair and silky legs. While I was driving to the grocery store, I saw a young woman, Heather Moreno, aged 27, walking along the street. She was pretty. Dirty blonde hair and a ponytail, tight yoga pants, and a tight yoga shirt. I drove up next to her, rolled down the window, and sprayed her in the face with bear spray. She stopped walking and reached for her eyes, screaming. It took me 13 seconds to grab her, duct tape her arms, legs, and mouth, and throw her into the back seat of my car. It turns out I didn't need to go to the store. I already had my my meal for the night. We arrived at my dungeon 49 minutes later. It was early in the evening. I decided to take my time. Heather lasted for 7 more hours. After that, she was much less prettier than when we started. If you want to open door number 2, you must start with Heather's age, then multiply by the number of hours Heather lasted in my dungeon. Next, I want you to then multiply by the number of seconds it took me to duct tape her and throw her into my car. Figure that out, Special Agent, and enter your answer into the keypad on door number 2, where Patricia Heath burns alive. The morning of the second day had arrived, and the chunks of meat that was once poor little Heather Moreno started to smell. I disposed of what was left of her, and then left for the grocery store. It was time to go shopping. This is Reggie and Janelle Hartford. Reggie is 21 and Janelle is 23. After duct taping Susan Hartford, I walked down the first floor hallway and came across Janelle's room. I was about to gag her when she saw me and screamed. I quickly pulled out my knife and stabbed her in the throat. She fell to the ground and was dead in 18 seconds. I was in the grocery store for 18 minutes when I saw Susan Hartford, age 49. I glanced at her cart and there was a substantial amount of food. She was shopping for her family. I had found my next target. When she left the store, I followed her. 2 hours later, we were back at her house. It was a large 2-story home. It was perfect. I watched the house for the rest of the day. I decided to attack the house at night. When the sun finally set, it was time to feast. I entered the house at 9 p.m. and found Susan cleaning in the kitchen. I walked up behind her and grabbed her mouth. Within 23 seconds, I had her bound and gagged in duct tape. I put her in the walk-in kitchen pantry. I would come back later after I killed the rest of the family and spend 4 hours with Susan. She was the last of the Hartfords to die. I hung her next to her husband. I want you to start with the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag Susan Hartford. Then multiply by the number of minutes Reggie survived after I shot him in the stomach. Then add the number of seconds it took her daughter Janelle to die after I stabbed her in the throat. You will next add Derek Hartford's age and then add Janelle's age. The final answer will open door number 3. Derek Hartford was 54. He ran to investigate Janelle's screams, as did Reggie Hartford. I could not overcome both of them at the same time, so I pulled out my silenced 9mm pistol and shot Derek in the head. But I only shot Reggie in the stomach. He fell to the ground in excruciating pain. He lived for another 45 minutes, and in that time, he told me about his family. I like to know who my victims are, Special Agent. It took us 67 minutes to arrive at the Foster's house. Ethan pulled into his garage, and I pulled in right behind him. I quickly got out of the car and I shot him in the face with my silenced 9mm pistol. I went inside the house. I then saw Alexander Foster. He was 21. I shot him in the head. He fell to the ground. His brother, Henry Foster, age 23, came to investigate the sound. I shot him in the face. It took me 54 seconds to kill the 3 Fosters. I continued to walk around the house until I found her. I found Lucy Foster, and we were all alone. I want you to start with Lucy Foster's age and multiply by the number of seconds it took me to kill Henry Foster, Alexander Foster, and Ethan Foster. Then add Alexander's age. Then add the number of minutes it took us to get from the store to the Foster house. The answer will open door number 4, Special Agent. Lucy Foster was 48 years old. I found her in her bedroom. I pointed my pistol at her and I told her not to scream. She complied. That was foolish. If she'd screamed, a neighbor might have heard and come to investigate. Instead, I had the whole house to myself with Lucy. 8 hours later, she was dead. On the 3rd day, my grocery store slaughters continued. I arrived at 6 p.m., just after most people would be getting off of work and going to the store before heading home. That is when I found Ethan Foster. He was 51. I casually walked past him in aisle 4 and saw a ring on his finger and a large amount of food in his cart. He was shopping for a family. I decided to follow him home. On the 4th day, I returned to the grocery store. I was walking up aisle 13 looking for something delicious to follow home when someone bumped into my shoulder. It was a large, middle-aged man. Instead of apologizing, he told me to watch it. That was a mistake. His name was Ronald Heath, and this was the last day of his life. After 45 minutes of playtime with Ronald, I walked around his disgusting, pathetic apartment. There was nothing of note until I saw her. A photo of Ronald and a beautiful young woman. I ripped the tape off his disgusting face, shoved a kitchen knife into his thigh, and asked who was this. It was Patricia, his sister. Once he told me where she lived, I decided my time with Ronald was over. I slit his throat and left his apartment. I followed Ronald to his home. He lived in an apartment at 2345 East Flowing Road. Ronald was 38. He was overweight. It was easy to follow him. The mouth breather was so enamored with his cheap beer that he didn't even notice me behind him. Once he opened his apartment, I jumped him. I duct taped his mouth, legs, and hands, and then began cutting off his fingers. He screamed through the duct tape. I smiled. I followed Ronald to his home. He lived in an apartment at 2345 East Flowing Road. Ronald was 38. He was overweight. It was easy to follow him. The mouth breather was so enamored with his cheap beer that he didn't even notice me behind him. Once he opened his apartment, I jumped him. I duct taped his mouth, legs, and hands, and then began cutting off his fingers. He screamed through the duct tape. I smiled. After 45 minutes of playtime with Ronald, I walked around his disgusting, pathetic apartment. There was nothing of note until I saw her. A photo of Ronald and a beautiful young woman. I ripped the tape off his disgusting face, shoved a kitchen knife into his thigh, and asked who was this. It was Patricia, his sister. Once he told me where she lived, I decided my time with Ronald was over. I slit his throat and left his apartment. If you want to open door number 5, you must start with Ronald's age and then multiply by the number of minutes I played with Ronald. You must then add the number of the aisle that he bumped into me. Then multiply the last number of the address of his apartment. The answer will open door number 5. It took 65 minutes to drive to Patricia's house. It was much nicer than her brother's apartment. I watched the house for 4 hours. In my time watching the home, I learned that Patricia was 29 years old and was married to Daryl Heath, aged 41. He was a large, imposing man. He needed to die first if I was going to have my time with Patricia. After Daryl was dissolving in acid at my dungeon, I returned to Patricia's house. It was 9 p.m. I crawled through a side window and slowly crept through the house. Patricia was here. She was going to be mine. After 3 minutes, I found her scrolling on her phone. It took 65 minutes to drive to Patricia's house. It was much nicer than her brother's apartment. I watched the house for 4 hours. In my time watching the home, I learned that Patricia was 29. Large, imposing man. He needed to die first if I was going to have my time with Patricia. After Daryl was dissolving in acid at my dungeon, I returned to Patricia's house. It was 9 p.m. I crawled through a side window and slowly crept through the house. Patricia was here. She was going to be mine. After 3 minutes, I found her scrolling on her phone. 14 seconds later, she was bound and gagged with duct tape. She was mine now. I want you to start with Patricia's age, then multiply by the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag her with duct tape. You will then add the time I arrived at the house. Your answer will be variable A. I'm going to make this real simple for you, Special Agent. If you want to open the final door, you must add variable A to variable B, and then add variable C. Or is that too complicated for you? Is that too much for a task force special agent? Why don't you just make a mistake, enter the wrong code into the keypad, and kill Patricia Heath? After 4 hours of watching the house, Daryl left to go to softball practice. I saw an opportunity and I followed him. After an hour of softball, he was walking back to his car. I approached him from behind and I tasered him. He fell to the ground. I quickly duct taped his arms and legs and put him in the back seat of his truck. 64 minutes later, he was locked inside a metal box in my dungeon. You must start with the number of minutes it took me to drive to Patricia's house, then multiply by the number of hours I watched the house, then multiply by the number of minutes I searched the house before finding Patricia. The answer will be variable B. When Daryl woke up inside the box, I told him that we were going to play a little game. I was going to ask him a math question. If he got it right, I would ask another. If he got it wrong, I would pour 6 liters of hydrofluoric acid into the box. Daryl was very bad at math. He was dead in 18 minutes. So why don't you start with Daryl's age and then multiply by the number of minutes he survived in the crate. Then multiply by the number of liters of acid I poured into the crate whenever he got a math question wrong. The answer will be variable C. Do you see that metal box, Special Agent? Patricia Heath is inside that metal box. All you need to do is enter the right code into that keypad, and she gets to go home. Simply add variable A to variable B. That's it, Special Agent. That's all you have to do. But if you do it wrong, then Patricia will get what her husband got. An acid bath. I want you to start with Susan Hartford's age, then multiply by the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag her with duct tape. Then add Reggie Hartford's age, then add the number of seconds it took Janelle Hartford to die. The final answer will be variable B. I want you to start with Heather Moreno's age, and then multiply that by the number of seconds it took me to grab her off the street and duct tape her arms, legs, and mouth. Then multiply by the number of numbers have lasted. Your final answer will be variable A.
All right, everybody, let's get this brief started. We have some major victories to celebrate. First, Patricia Heath, the hostage held in this facility, was successfully rescued by one of our agents. I want to first congratulate that special agent that entered this facility for their exceptional performance in the Patricia Heath hostage rescue operation. They were alone, with no backup, but with the effective utilization of critical thinking and analytical skills, the special agent ensured the safe recovery of Patricia Heath. This achievement showcases our commitment to protecting the public and will raise the public's confidence in the task force's abilities. Outstanding work, Special Agent. Next, and this is a big one, people, I have an update on our search for Dwayne Hogarth, the known accomplice of the math problem killer. We got him. Acting on a tip we received last week, our task force conducted several days of intense investigation and surveillance, culminating in a task force tactical unit raid that successfully apprehended Dwayne Hogarth. This operation represents a significant breakthrough in our efforts to bring the math problem killer to justice. Dwayne Hogarth is currently in custody and will be instrumental in providing valuable intelligence that will lead us closer to the identity and location of the math problem killer. We scored some big wins today, everyone, but we cannot get complacent. Our guy is still out there, and we still need to bring him in. So take the win, celebrate, but then let's get back to work. Thank you. Special Agent, this is week 11, and we are close to catching this guy. As you know, the task force was able to capture the math problem killer's accomplice last week, based on a tip we received. He is a disturbing young man named Dwayne Hogarth, but our agents cracked him. He has just recently provided us with a potential location of a safe house, and I have the task force tactical unit en route as we speak. We are going to get him. I can feel it. But while the tactical guys are doing their thing, I need you to do yours. Because the task force has received a communication from the math problem killer. He is holding a young woman named Bailey Holt at 7543 Magnolia Way. As usual, he will allow one agent to enter the facility and attempt to rescue. You have not failed this task force yet, so you leave me no choice. I am sending you inside. Your mission is to enter the facility and recover Bailey Holt. Expect the math problem killer to be agitated, angry, violent, and retaliatory in response to us capturing his accomplice. This guy does not like to get hit back, and he has a history of aggressive killing each time we make a move towards him. Be prepared for uncomfortable fact patterns and psychologically challenging stories. That is intentional. He wants you emotional, and he wants you to make a mistake. Don't fall into this trap. Stay calm, stay analytical, let the facts guide you. Solve the problems, and get Bailey Holt out alive. Good luck, Agent.
Victory by capturing Dwayne Hogarth? Well, let me tell you what that victory got you. Carnage, bloodshed, and slaughter, innocent lives screaming in the dark, and no one coming for them. That is what your victory got you. You captured one of my helpers, so I butchered 3 families. How about that for our trade-off, Special Agents? You capture one helper and I kill 20 people. and you are going to kill the 21st, because I have the lovely Bailey Holt in a metal box at the end of this dungeon. And if you make a single mistake, she is going to die. Turn around, Special Agent. Do you see that lone figure hanging from the ceiling? That is Bella Grissom. She was 23. The moment I learned that you captured Dwayne, I went outside and I grabbed the first woman I found. I grabbed Bella. I walked silently up behind her and grabbed her by the ponytail, then covered her mouth and dragged her to my dungeon. She survived another 63 minutes, and I can assure you, Special Agent, those were the most painful 63 minutes of her life. You capture my helpers, I kill yours. One hour after Bella was nothing more than strips of meat, I went to the park to look for the next ones. There were several families there, but I wanted a big one, Special Agent. I wanted to show you the price of taking one of my helpers, and after 35 minutes, I saw them. The Fletchers. A mom, a dad, adolescent girls, and a young boy named Bobby. Let's start with Lily Fletcher. She was 17 years old. I followed the Fletchers home. It took 17 minutes. I waited 22 minutes and then I entered their house. The first one I found was Lily. She was listening to music, her eyes closed, swaying her head and shoulders back and forth. I grabbed a power cable, wrapped it around her neck, and pulled until she stopped moving. It took 47 seconds. In the next room was Mia Fletcher. She was 15 years old. She was mindlessly scrolling on her phone like all of them do. That is what is so dangerous about focusing on your phone, Special Agent. You don't see the vicious monster behind you. Charlotte Fletcher was third. She was 16 years old, and I killed her too. Now, I want you to start with Charlotte's age, then add the amount of time it took for her sister Lily to stop moving after I started strangling her. Then, I want you to multiply your answer by the number of minutes I waited before I entered the Fletcher house. Your answer will be variable A, Special Agent. Say hi to Clark Fletcher and Amanda Fletcher, the mom and dad. When I was done killing the Fletcher women, I grabbed Clark from behind and tied him to a chair. I hung his wife and 3 girls in the living room and made them look at them. I told him they were dead because of you. Because of your task force. And then I slit Clark Fletcher's throat. Listen carefully, Special Agent. I want you to start with the number of minutes I tortured Bella Grissom. Then subtract Mia Fletcher's age. Then multiply by the number of minutes it took me to find the Fletchers in the park. The answer is variable B. Add variable A to variable B. That answer will open door number 1. not enough to teach your task force a lesson. Not nearly enough. It is not enough to make up for taking my helper. There needs to be more. There will be more. The day after I finished with the Fletchers, I went out again, and I found the Taylors. With Sasha in the garage, I returned to the house. I heard music in a room down the hallway. I grabbed a large knife from the kitchen and I walked towards the music. That is where I found Scott Taylor, aged 18. He was listening to the music, focused on it. He never heard me approach from behind and shove the knife through the back of his throat. He was dead 11 seconds later. I continued down the hallway and found Dan Taylor, sleeping. He was 20 years old. A quick cut to his throat and he was dead in 16 seconds. I next found Rick Taylor, aged 53, sleeping in the master bedroom. I wanted to get back to Sasha, so I approached and slashed his throat. He was dead in 22 seconds. When they were all dead, I hung them in the living room next to each other. I decorated the bodies with nails. And then I brought Sasha back to the living room so she could admire my work. That is when the phone rang. I want you to start with the number of minutes from when I attacked Erica Taylor to when she was stripped naked and lying on my nail table. Then add the time I entered the Taylor house. You will next add Sasha Taylor's age. The answer will be variable A, Special Agent. I next want you to start with Scott Taylor's age, and then multiply it by the number of seconds it took him to die. You must next add Dan Taylor's age, and then add Rick Taylor's age, and then multiply by the number of seconds it took Rick Taylor to die. The answer will be variable B, Special Agent. Don't make a mistake. As I was driving along 77th Street, I saw Erica Taylor walking her dog. I pulled up alongside her and I asked her for directions. I motioned that I could not hear her, so she came closer to the window. I motioned again and she came even closer. When she was close enough, I grabbed her mouth and head and pulled her through the window. The dog barked as I drove away. 86 minutes later, she was stripped naked and lying on my table full of nails. Before she died, she told me where her family lived. It took me 37 minutes to reach the Taylor residence. It was nice. It was large. So large that I could take my time. We arrived at 4 p.m. I watched the house and the neighborhood for another 6 hours. Then, when night had fallen and darkness shrouded the area, I approached and entered the house. This is Sasha Taylor. She was 49 years old. She was the first Taylor that I found. She was reading a book in the living room. I slowly crept up behind her and then placed my hand on her mouth. I quickly bound and gagged her. It took 14 seconds. I then carried her to the garage. I kept her alive as I ravaged the rest of her family. She was the last Taylor to die. you like that, Special Agent? Did you like listening to how I butchered the Taylors? How Eric Taylor spent the last minutes of her life tied to a table full of nails? How Sasha Taylor had to listen to her family being murdered? All of that happened because you took my helper. And now you are going to kill Bailey Holt. The code to open door number 2 is variable A plus variable B. But you are going to get it wrong, and you are going to kill Bailey. As I was having my time with Sasha Taylor in the living room, in front of her family hanging from the ceiling covered in nails, her friend Adriana Palmer called. Her call went to voicemail. Adriana had a pretty voice. I like people with pretty voices, Special Agent. I knew at that moment I needed to see her. I made Sasha Taylor tell me everything about them. Adriana Palmer was 26 years old and was married to Michael Palmer, who was 37 years old. Their house was 21 minutes away. After I learned what I wanted to know, I spent another hour with Sasha. Then I shoved a kitchen knife into Sasha Taylor's throat. I then left for the Palmers. It was early in the morning, around 5 a.m. when I arrived at the Palmer's house. I assumed the couple was still asleep. I picked a side door lock and I crept to the bedroom. I saw the Palmers asleep. They had smiles on their faces, completely content with their lives. That was going to end. It took me 4 minutes to pull them out of their bed. I tied Adriana to a chair and I hung Michael from the ceiling in front of her. It was time to play with the Palmers. Adriana and Michael Palmer cried and whimpered. I had duct taped their mouths shut, but they still screamed for 33 minutes. I let them scream. I like it when they scream. When they were finally exhausted from the screaming, I told them we were going to play a game. A math game. I was going to ask one of them a math problem. If they got it wrong, I was going to cut the other person. We played my little game for 6 hours. It got very messy. I want you to start with Adriana Palmer's age, and then add Michael Palmer's age. You will then multiply by the time I arrived at their house. Then again, multiply by the number of hours we played my math game. The answer will open door number 3, Special Agent. On the same day, I found the Palmers. I found the Hulls. Their daughter Bailey is locked in a metal box in the next room of this dungeon, Special Agent. But her entire family is dead, and you know what killed them, Special Agent? You did. and your task force did when you abducted Dwayne Hogarth. And the killings will not stop until he is released. As I left the Palmer's house, I noticed the house across the street. I heard the voices of young women. I knew I had to go there. In the garage, the father, Lawrence Palmer, age 57, was hunched over his workbench. There was a nail gun on the ground, hooked up to an air compressor. The compressor was on and roaring loudly. I walked into the garage, grabbed the nail gun, placed it behind Lawrence's head, and pulled the trigger. It was most satisfying. I entered the house from the garage and found Leanne. She was 53, the mother in the kitchen. The air compressor was still on, so my steps were muffled. I grabbed a kitchen knife and shoved it through her throat. She was dead in 11 seconds. On the kitchen, there was a photo of Lawrence and Leanne Holt with 4 girls. Bailey, aged 18, Christine, aged 22, Nicole, aged 19, and Ruby, aged 20. I decided to take them back to my dungeon, but I could not take them all. I had to choose. I had to make a choice. I chose Christine and Bailey and killed Ruby and Nicole. I hung them in the living room, next to their parents. I left for the dungeon with the other 2 girls. When we got back, I put Christine on the nail table and Bailey went into the box. If you want to get into the final room, Special Agent, I want you to start with Bailey's age, then multiply it by the number of daughters the Holts had. Then add Leanne Holt's age, and finally multiply by the number of seconds it took Leanne to die. The answer will open the final door. You are in the final room, Special Agent. Your path here was paved with the blood of the Fletchers, and the Palmers, and the Taylors, and the Holts. And that blood is on your hands, and your task force's hands. Now there is only 2 left alive. Inside that crate is Bailey Holt. But wait, there is also someone else as well. Do you remember Bobby Fletcher, the 9-year-old boy? He is inside that box too. And he's inside that box with Bailey because you and your task force took my helper from me. His death is on your hands. The Palmer's death is on your hands, Special Agent. They would still be alive if you did not take my helper. So let's remember the people that you killed. Why don't you start with Adriana Palmer's age, and then multiply by the number of minutes it took me to pull them out of their bed and tie Adriana to a chair and then hang Michael from the ceiling. You will next multiply by the number of hours we played my math game. The answer will be variable C. Why don't we take a minute and remember the people that you killed, like the Fletchers, who would still be alive if you didn't take my helper. Start with Lily Fletcher's age Then add little Bobby Fletcher's age. Then multiply this answer by the number of seconds it took me to butcher Lily with the power cord. The answer will be variable A. Do you see the consequences of your actions, Special Agent? Do you see what happens when you interfere with my work? Do you see what happens when you take my helpers? The Fletchers, the Taylors, the Palmers, Bella Grissom. All of them are your fault. And now, Bailey Holt, the last Holt alive, is going to burn alive because you are going to make a mistake and you are going to kill her. So listen up, you pathetic little Special Agent. The code to open the crate is this. You must add variable A to variable B, and then add variable C. Now go kill Bailey Holt, and remember, you will see me again, Agent. This will never stop. Every week, there will be more and more bodies. You have not seen the last of me. You will never see the last of me. The Taylors would still be alive if you did not take my helper, Special Agent. So start with Sasha Taylor's age, and add Scott Taylor's age. Then multiply by the number of seconds it took me to bound and gag Sasha Taylor. The answer will be variable B.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have outstanding news. I have just received word from the Senior Special Agent in charge of our Task Force Tactical Unit. The math problem killer is dead. As you all know, 2 weeks ago the Task Force received a tip from a witness that observed the accomplice abducting one of our surveillance team special agents. Then, last week, the Task Force was able to identify that accomplice as Dwayne Hogarth and ultimately capture him. Over the past several days of interrogation, Dwayne Hogarth provided the task force with the location of a safe house that was used by the math problem killer. In concert with New Columbia Police SWAT teams, the task force tactical units surrounded the house, then began a breach to apprehend the suspect. During the breach, the suspect inside detonated a homemade explosive, leveling the house. Several SWAT and tactical unit members were injured in the explosion, but none critically. It would appear the math problem killer chose to kill himself instead of being captured by the authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a trying and challenging 11 weeks. This suspect has pushed us to the limit. He has attacked our friends, our colleagues, and our families. But we remained resolute, we remained vigilant, and in the end, justice prevailed. Congratulations, everyone. And you as well, Special Agent. You saved the last victim of the math problem killer. Outstanding work. Special Agent, thank you for coming in. I am finally closing the math problem killer case file, and I wanted to know if you wanted to add anything. You were instrumental in the task force's actions. Every time that guy abducted someone and put them in one of his nightmare dungeons, you were the agent that went inside. And you went in there alone and without backup. And every time, you brought that hostage out alive. 11 people owe you their lives. That is outstanding work. Now, I know you've been working on other cases, but I wanted to give you an update. After the SWAT team assaulted the house and the suspect blew it up, there have been no further killings linked to the math problem killer. Everyone is satisfied. The mayor, the people of New Columbia. They practically wanted to give the task force and the police department a parade. But despite all of that, a small part of me makes me question our success. I guess it's for that reason that I am reluctant to close this file. I keep asking myself, did we get him? Did we take this guy down? Was that the real math problem killer at that house, or some brain-dead follower like Dwayne Hogard that the killer tricked into killing himself? Remember, we never saw the killer's face. We never heard his real voice. We don't have any fingerprints. We have nothing. This guy was smart, and he was vicious. This monster personally killed nearly 100 people that we can prove, and probably 100 more that we cannot prove. And it wasn't with a bomb. He did it up close and personal. He studied his victims, knew their names, knew their lives. I have seen a lot of darkness in my time with the Bureau and this task force. Some of it has been worse than others, but this one will stick with me. I guess he succeeded in convincing me that he was some kind of serial killer mastermind, when in reality he was just a sociopathic narcissist that liked to hurt people. And now he is gone. But still, part of me, a small part of me in the pit of my gut, makes me think that this wasn't the last time we are going to see the math problem killer.
So